Chapter 585. Inside my body. Everyone's expression changed drastically on the spot. A bone-chilling feeling rose in the hearts of the 14 people, causing them to shudder. The Beast King chuckled and shook his head. You all know that my body will transform, but you don't know where my transformed body is. This is really... Hearing the Beast King's words, everyone immediately understood. This skeleton fortress is the Beast King's original body. It's a body he abandoned due to his transformation. If the Beast King's body is this big... Everyone raised their heads and looked around. Their faces were ashen. To them, this was the worst news they had ever heard. They stepped into the body of a demonic beast without knowing anything, and they can't even escape? Impossible. Wu Yan's face contorted. Even if this is your body, the return scroll won't lose its effect. Umph. The Beast King snorted. Although I don't know what effect that thing called town return scroll has, in my body, without my permission, any means of escape are useless. It's useless to escape. Their bodies trembled. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan tugged at Wu Yan's arm when she saw Wu Yan's sour expression. A hint of bloodthirst flashed through her eyes. Let Flandre-chan hit him. This is the first time Flandre-chan didn't use the word play when facing an enemy. Instead, she used the word beat. One can only imagine how strong the Beast King is in Flandre-chan's mind. Master. Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yan. Yen, Chuju Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuha Desai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also looked at Wu Yan. Obviously, the girls are waiting for Wu Yan to make his decision. Looking around at the girls around him, he smiled bitterly, very bitterly. He thought he can go anywhere he wants with the help of the system item. Even if he's not strong enough, he should be able to stay alive. He didn't expect this to happen. I'm sorry. Wu Yan shook his head bitterly. He clenched his fists so hard that he could hear the sound of bones grinding. I was too arrogant. I underestimated everything. I relied too much on the system item. I'm afraid I'm going to implicate everyone I love because of my mistake. Hearing the word sorry, the girls all fell silent. Suddenly, Wu Yan tightened his grip. Flandre-chan grabbed Wu Yan's hand and said in a dazed tone, Oni-chan, why are you apologizing? Before Wu Yan could react, the other girls woke up from their stupor. They looked at each other and they grinned. Flandre-chan, you're so right. Hinajika rubbed Flandre-chan's head and her gem-like eyes met Wu Yan's. She continued in a serious tone. Flandre-chan is right. Why are you apologizing? Hinajika. Wu Yan looked at her blankly, but before he could finish, Mikoto cut him off. Don't tell me you're apologizing because you made a mistake and implicated all of us. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. Her tone had the same heroic spirit as before, but it also contained a hint of gentleness. I don't want to hear that kind of excuse. Don't forget, we share the same life. Mikoto. Wu Yan looked at the gentle Mikoto and was stunned. Shokuho Misaki smiled and tilted her head. Her face was pale because of the Beast King's aura, but now, her face was flushed red and she looked relieved. This is the first time I agree with Misaka's point of view. Our lives have already merged with yours. Masaki-chan. Kinuha Desai pursed her lips and tilted her head in disdain. Since we've overtaken your pirate ship, we've already overtaken you. Ai-chan. Please don't give up so easily. Takitsubu Riku said softly to Wu Yan. If you give up too, then there's no hope left for us. Takitsubu. In the end. Frenda sighed and forced a smile. It's still not over yet. Master. Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yan and said in unison. We will protect Master. Frenda. Ikaros. Astria. Looking at the most important girls around him, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he's been living a happy life all this while. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan had a determined look on her face. Flan will protect Oni-chan too. Flan. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. The pressure the Beast King exerted on him disappeared in an instant. His heart is filled with pride and warmth. That's right. He slowly turned around and looked at the Beast King in front of him. A ray of light flashed in his golden eyes. If we don't give it our all, we won't know the result. Hinajiku Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Ikaros, Flandrachan, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Rika looked at the Beast King in unison. They didn't say a word, but the determination in their eyes was enough to express their determination. Give it our all. Bing Ling and Bishi bitterly smiled and shook their heads. They didn't have much hope in Wu Yan and Ko's words. In fact, they even looked like they were in despair. Only Fei Fei and Sylph lowered their heads. They gripped their armaments tightly and walked behind Wu Yan. They told everyone their choice. Ah. Ha ha. Ha ha. The Beast King, who had been watching coldly from the front, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. The smile grew wider and wider, and a faint chuckle escaped from within. Then as the smile grew wider, so did his laughter. In the end, his thunderous laughter reverberated in this space. Very good. Very good. Very good. The Beast King laughed as he looked at everyone with his black eyes. I've long heard that humans can expand their strength according to the changes in their emotions. Today, let me witness whether this is true or not. In an instant, a fatal sense of danger rose in everyone's hearts, causing their bodies to tense up. At the same time, sharp rock spikes erupted from the walls in all directions, carrying a whistling sound that resounded through the sky as they attacked everyone present. Aegis, Absolute Defensive Circle. Activate. Aegis equals L, Area of Effect Shield. Activate. Ikaros and Astria immediately entered combat mode. They flapped their wings and appeared on both sides of the group. Two crystalline barriers rose up and enveloped the group. Boom. The rock spikes violently bombarded the two defensive barriers. Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, and Aegis Area-type Defensive Barrier. The two defensive barriers that could withstand the attack of a ninth-stage powerhouse did not even last for a second before they were bluntly shattered. Retreat. Wu Yan grabbed Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubu Riki. He kicked Bing Ling and Bishi, who were still in a daze. Then he retreated with the girls in tow. However, the rock spikes came from all directions. Even if Wu Yan and the girls retreated in time, the rock spikes would still come at them from behind. There was no way they could retreat. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and threw Shokuho Misaki and Takitsubu Riku to the back. He rushed behind the girls and crashed into the rock spikes. Puchi. Following a few sharp piercing sounds, the rock spikes pierced into Wu Yan's body, riddling him full of holes. Wu Yan is already heavily injured in a single exchange of blows. Chapter 586. The rock spikes pierced through Wu Yan's body. Blood splattered into the air as the rock spikes pushed Wu Yan back. The impact created two deep trenches in the ground. Master! The girls gasped. Ikaros and Astria flew behind Wu Yan to catch him. However, the rock spikes pushed Ikaros and Astria, who were supporting Wu Yan's body, into the air as well. Oniai-chan. Flandra-chan was furious. She reached out and grabbed at the rock spikes that pierced through Wu Yan's body. She destroyed the eyes on the rock spikes in an instant. Boom. The originally terrifying rock spikes trembled and paused for a moment before exploding into a sky full of rubble. Huh. The Beast King looked at Flandra-chan in surprise. What did she do? The rock spikes were an attack derived from the Beast King's transformed body. In other words, those rock spikes could also be considered as a part of the Beast King's massive body. There was a world of difference between them and normal rock spikes. The Beast King was confident that even a human demigod wouldn't be able to destroy them without much effort if they were connected to his rock spikes. But now, a part of his past body had exploded in an instant. With the eyesight of the Beast King, he could naturally tell that all of this was done by the little girl with strange crystal wings and a demon tail. However, he could not tell how she did it. With a deep frown, the Beast King glared at Flandra-chan and waved his hand. Instantly, the wall of bones and mud above everyone's heads began to ripple. Like the rock spikes from before, bone spikes shot down from above at an incredible speed. If one were to look closely, they would notice that these bone spikes were all aimed at Flandra-chan. Flandra-chan's wine-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. She curled her lips into a sinister smile. She soared into the sky and flew above everyone. Just like Wu Yan, she took the initiative to meet the Beast King's attack. Flan! Wu Yan, who has fully recovered with the support of his primogenitor physique, was shocked. He forced himself to calm down and waved his hand. Four bottles of golden liquid emerged from the void and flew towards Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Quick! Drink it! Fei Fei and the other three were stunned. They instinctively caught the bottles, but they quickly regained their senses. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Other than Bingling and Bishi, who hesitated, Fei Fei and Sylph quickly swallowed the potions. Bingling and Bishi quickly followed suit. Like a signal flare, after Fei Fei and the other three consumed the potions, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Ikaros, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and the others took out a bottle of the same potion and poured it into their mouths. The next moment, other than Wu Yan, who didn't take the potion, everyone on the ground started glowing with an illusory light. Seeing this scene, the Beast King narrowed his eyes and began to think. As the most intelligent life form among the magic beasts, the Beast King had done his homework on the human world. He knew that humans would often use some potions with special effects to increase their strength. I wonder what kind of effects those potions have. The Beast King's mind raced, but he quickly gave up on the thought. No matter what the potions do, they won't be able to escape from this place. At most, they will be able to buy some time. Flandre-chan met the bone spear head-on. Unlike Wu Yan, Flandre-chan isn't going to use her body to block the bone spear head-on. Squinting her eyes, Flandre-chan could see all kinds of black dots on the bone spike. Flandre-chan reached out with both hands, and the black dots flew into her palms and were crushed by her hands. Bam 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 bam. Just like the rock spikes from before, the bone spikes stopped for a moment before exploding into fragments that filled the sky. The Beast King's expression became gloomy as it fell to the ground. Just like before, the Beast King still couldn't figure out how the other party did it. This made the Beast King, who had just become a demigod, feel slightly annoyed. His gaze towards Flandre-chan became more and more dangerous. Ikaros. Frenda. Taking advantage of the Beast King's attention on Flandre-chan, Wu Yan yelled at Ikaros and Frenda. Use missiles and bombs to attack the surrounding walls. Ikaros and Frenda understood Wu Yan's plan. If they continue fighting the Beast King here, their chances of winning are slim to none. The best thing to do is to retreat. However, this is the Beast King's body. No matter what they do, they won't be able to break free. The only way to do this is to destroy the Beast King's body. Ikaros flapped her luminous wings and cherry-colored light flashed out. Together with the mini-missiles Frenda casually tossed out, they landed on the surrounding walls. Bam bam bam. The intense firelight instantly overpowered the wall, and the violent bombardment caused the entire scene to tremble slightly. Some dust scattered from above, proving the destructive power of the two women. Everyone looked at the fiery wall with hopeful eyes. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel nervous. It's a pity that the Beast King didn't care about this at all. They didn't see it. When the flames dissipated, the walls were still intact. Everyone's hopes were crushed. Bingling and Baishi's faces were filled with despair. Trapped beasts will still fight. Truly trapped beasts will still fight. Bingling and Bishi have already made up their minds to die here. Seeing the two like this, Wu Yan knew they've lost all will to resist. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He can't blame them. If it was anyone else, they would have lost all will to resist if they knew their opponent is a peak demigod. After all, they're only tier 7. There's no other way. Crimson spatial ripples appeared in Wu Yan's hand along with the Nyedan Shana. The crimson lotus flame burned brightly, illuminating everyone's faces. Wu Yan stared at the expressionless Beast King and said in a deep voice, "Get ready to fight." Hearing this, the girls forced themselves to focus and face the Beast King. Takitsubu Riko retreated to the back and unleashed her LV5 ability to the maximum. She boosted everyone's ability to use their superpowers to the maximum. Takitsubu Riko can also use her ability to temporarily grant superpowers to those who don't have them. But for those who have never used their superpowers in a high-level battle like this, it will only add to the chaos. Therefore, the only thing Takitsubu Riko can do is to strengthen those who can use their superpowers. The Beast King looked at everyone in front of him who were tensing up. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. As if he thought of something, Wu Yan's expression changed. Before he could say anything, the ground they were standing on suddenly shook. Spikes shot out from the ground and pierced towards everyone. If the spikes can come out from the walls and ceiling, they can also come out from the ground. Due to their carelessness, other than Wu Yan, who reacted in time and dodged the spikes, everyone else was pierced by the spikes. The Beast King shook his head, but his expression changed quickly. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Wu Yan was the only one who managed to dodge the attack. He didn't even bother to look at his comrade. Holding his flaming longsword, he flew through the air and charged at them. Chapter 587. The flames on the blade of the Nyangdian Shana began to burn. At this moment, the effect of the Nyangdian Shana was at its peak. The dense red lotus flame rose from the blade of the Nyangdian Shana and formed a 1-meter-tall curtain of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the surrounding air to dry up. The red lotus flame fell down like a waterfall. The Beast King glanced indifferently at the fiery red curtain of fire and did not even move. A wall of bones suddenly sprang out from the ground in front of it. It twisted like a rice cake and covered the Beast King's head in front. Bang! The red lotus flame hit the bone wall. In an instant, the white bone wall was charred black. However, it didn't burn the bone wall down. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He waved the Nyangdian Shana, and the red lotus flame that was hitting the bone wall immediately turned around and went around the bone wall to burn the Beast King behind it. However, what greeted it was a small bone shield. Bang! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The flames of the red lotus were actually scattered into sparks under the sudden obstruction of the bone shield without any warning. It's not over yet! Wu Yan roared. He flew into the air and took a step forward. Crimson spatial ripples instantly covered the Beast King's body. In the next second, iron sand cannons extended from within and aimed at the Beast King. Beep! Lightning burst out from Wu Yan's body. Bluish-white replaced the fiery red of the red lotus flame and illuminated the entire area. Thick and solid electric current spread out from Wu Yan's body like a spider in a web. Wu Yan channeled all the electric current into the iron sand cannon's muzzle. Then the iron sand cannon's muzzle started flashing with a bright light. The Beast King was expressionless as he looked around at the iron sand cannons that were glowing with blue and white light. Just as he was about to make a move, a few iron sand chains shot out from the crimson spatial ripples and wrapped around the Beast King's body, tying him up tightly. The Beast King was stunned for a moment. Extreme impact. Every word entered the ears of everyone present. Countless huge blue and white beams of light shot out from the iron sand cannons in all directions and descended upon the center of the battlefield in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, sparks of lightning flashed in the area that had been reduced to a target. The sparks spread in all directions, causing a series of explosions. If it wasn't for the fact that they were inside the Beast King's body, the ground would have already been shattered inch by inch. Wu Yan didn't show any joy as he looked at the area covered by the huge beam of light. Instead, he stared ahead with a very serious expression. Although the ultimate impact was extremely destructive, Wu Yan didn't believe that a demigod-rank Beast King would be harmed by such an attack. Just as Wu Yan expected, when the lightning dissipated, a square block made of bone walls appeared in front of him. Sparks of electricity flashed on the surface, causing Wu Yan's expression to darken. The bone walls fell back down, and the Beast King walked out of them. He looked at Wu Yan with admiration in his eyes. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Not a bad attack. Even if it's a 9th-grade magical beast that specializes in defense, it wouldn't be able to remain unharmed under this attack. Too bad. The Beast King took a few steps forward and said calmly, "It's useless against me." Wu Yan's expression froze for a second before he smiled. "I never said that this attack was meant to harm you." The Beast King stopped in his tracks. At this moment, 3 slender figures suddenly flashed to the left, right and back of the Beast King. 3 sharp swords pierced towards the Beast King with the momentum of a sharp knife. It's Astria, Chuju and Feifei. What? Even the Beast King was shocked by this turn of events. Of course, it's not because of the terrifying attacks coming from 3 different directions. The Beast King was shocked because of Astria, Chuju and Feifei. After all, He saw the three of them getting stabbed by his spikes with his own eyes. The Beast King recalled that Wu Yan was also stabbed by the rock spikes. Now he's fully healed. Could it be that these humans also have the ability to recover from their wounds? Is it because of the potion? The Beast King's intelligence has undergone a complete metamorphosis. It's impossible to associate him with a demonic beast. The Beast King's intelligence is already higher than a normal human's to be able to figure out that it's the potion's fault so quickly. Unfortunately, the Beast King's guess is only half correct. The others are fine because of the potion, but Wu Yan isn't. The Beast King snapped back to reality and 3 bone spears shot out from the ground. With lightning speed, the spears pierced towards Astria, Hinajiku, and Fei Fei. Before the 3 of them could launch their attacks, they were pushed back by the bone spears. However, the Beast King's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He clearly saw Astria, Hinajiku, and Fei Fei emitting an illusory glow when the 3 bone spears pierced their bodies. The Beast King finally understood that his attack had failed once again. As expected, Astria, Chuju, and Fei Fei stabilized themselves and surrounded the Beast King in a triangular formation. They didn't take any damage. Astria and Chuju raised their guard and stared at the Beast King. Fei Fei touched her own body in confusion. Although she had already tested the effects of the potion, she still felt that it was a little unbelievable. How could there be such a heaven-defying potion in this world? Who on earth refined it? The Beast King's expression darkened when he saw Chuju and the others. He quickly recovered, but Wu Yan and the others noticed it. The Beast King's expression turned cold. The bone spears formed again and attacked Astria, Hinajiku, and Fei Fei. But this time, there weren't only 3 bone spears. There were countless of them raining down from the sky. Astria, Hinajiku, and Fei Fei raised their swords and deflected all the bone spears. The force exerted by the bone spears was negated by the resplendent breath. Astria and Hinajiku didn't get hit by any of the bone spears. Fei Fei was different. Unlike Astria and Chuju, who were both tier 8, she was only at the peak of tier 7. She got hit by several bone spears in a matter of seconds. Fei Fei didn't want to admit defeat. She recalled how Wu Yan and the others helped her along the way. Fei Fei screamed in her mind. Am I really that useless? No. Yan and the others are fighting for everyone's survival. I won't admit defeat. Fei Fei raised her head. Her combat aura flared up and expanded by 100 times. It's 10 times stronger than when Fei Fei was at her peak. As if she had received help from the gods, Fei Fei violently swung her blade. Night Elf slashed through the air, knocking down all the bone spears that were attacking her. Dochi exploded from her blade, making Fei Fei look like a Valkyrie. Fei Fei was stunned when she sensed the condition of her body. Soon after, joy appeared on her face. Everyone present, including the Beast King, was stunned when they sensed the condition of Fei Fei's body. Fei Fei. She broke through. She broke through? She's a tier 8 fighter? Bing Ling and Bishi were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Fei Fei, who is on the same level as them, broke through at a time like this. Both of them were regretting their decision. Perhaps if he went up and fought, he might be able to break through as well. Who knows? Bing Ling and Bishi raised their heads to look at the Beast King. The terrifying aura emanating from the Beast King's body dispelled their thoughts. Even if they knew that at this moment, they wouldn't be harmed again. Chapter 588. Fei Fei's breakthrough made everyone's morale soar. Their morale soared and their fighting spirit soared. The Beast King's brows are furrowed so hard that they're starting to hurt. It's just another tier 8, it's not a threat to him. However, the situation kept changing. He felt the same way Wu Yan felt when the return scroll lost its effect. Plans can't keep up with the changes. Let's end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. The Beast King's furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his calm eyes swept across everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts also sank. Whoosh! The ground started shaking. Bing Ling and Bishi fell to the ground. Everyone else was thrown off balance. Astria, Chuju, and Fei Fei were too close to the Beast King. They were so close to the Beast King that they almost crashed into the wall. The Beast King stomped his foot. The ground went still for a moment. Then the ground started shaking violently. It looked like the surface of the sea. Wave after wave, the terrain changed drastically. A strange sound came from the ground. It sounded like the sound of a pile driver. The sound was getting closer and closer to the crowd. At a certain moment, the crowd saw it. In less than a second, a handful of bone spikes as thick as a tree shot out crazily from the ground. They immediately filled more than half of the ground in their field of vision, causing the expressions of the group of 14 people to change drastically. A few figures flew up into the sky, avoiding the thick and solid bone spikes that repeatedly shot out. They barely brushed past the range of the bone spikes and floated in the air. As for those who couldn't fly, they were caught off guard and were pierced by the bone spikes in the most violent manner. When the bone spikes exploded, they were also pushed up into the sky. Not long after, the ground was filled with spikes as thick as trees. There wasn't a single gap between the spikes. Facing such a shocking scene, even the courageous women couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and their faces turned green. If it wasn't for the protection of resplendent breath, just this move alone would have killed those who couldn't fly. Although the Beast King's move didn't cause any damage, it successfully dampened everyone's morale, who had been high just a moment ago. The thought of being invincible surfaced in everyone's mind uncontrollably. Several people who were forcefully lifted into the air because they couldn't fly fell down one after another, crashing into those bone spikes. The sharp bone spikes made contact with their bodies at zero distance, and the slight chill on them caused cold sweat to form on their foreheads. They dared not imagine what would happen to them if they didn't have the resplendent breath. This won't work. The Beast King stood in the middle of the only patch of ground that didn't have spikes. He looked at the group of people who were still jumping around under his attack. His eyes flashed with hatred. He thought that a potion like this wouldn't last that long. It should have lost its effect by now. What kind of potion is that? It's so strong and it can last for so long. It's been 5 minutes. If the Beast King knew that the duration of the resplendent breath was 3 hours, what would he think? The Beast King was starting to feel a little impatient. As his mood changed, his surroundings started to vibrate. It was a shocking sight. Bing Ling, Bishi, and the others are struggling on the bone spikes. Wu Yan's golden eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Boom! A huge beam of light once again descended, but this time, its target was not the Beast King, but the bone thorn forest below. Countless beams of light concentrated on a certain area, blasting open an open space. A group of people who couldn't fly landed there one after another, finally escaping from their predicament. Chuju, Shokuha Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Feifei looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They are the ones who can't fly. The feeling of sleeping on the spikes didn't feel good. Under the Beast King's attack, everyone was scattered. They couldn't form a united front anymore. Takitsubu. Kinuhata Sai glanced at Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu Riku, who has been working with her for a long time, immediately understood what she meant. Kinuhata Sai grabbed Chuju and Feifei and said something to them. Then the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in front of the Beast King. The Beast King was surprised again. At this time, Chuju, Kinuhata Sai, and Feifei made their move. A fist and 2 blades were thrown at the Beast King. Their normal attacks caused a huge shockwave and landed on the Beast King's body. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as a bone shield blocked a punch and 2 blade attacks. At this time, a series of sonic booms came from behind the Beast King. The Beast King was furious as he turned around to see countless cherry-colored missiles descending towards them. The Beast King's eyes flashed and the thick spikes around its body suddenly extended out a few bone ribbons and wrapped around the cherry-colored missiles. Boom boom boom. The cherry-colored missiles were all blocked, but this time, countless swollen dolls appeared in front of the Beast King. Boom! All of the inflated dolls exploded, bringing with them a fiery light. However, this fiery light flashed in the air. Bone spikes pushed the dolls into the air, causing a series of explosions to sound in the air. Suddenly, an orange beam shot out from behind the sea of fire. It scattered the sea of fire and blasted towards the Beast King. The Beast King, who was already a little impatient, became even more impatient. His face darkened. Seeing the railgun coming towards him, the Beast King no longer used Bonehead's ability. When the railgun was in front of him, The Beast King waved his hand and hit the railgun, sending it flying into the air. However, just as it swung its hand and knocked the railgun away, Chuju, Astria, Kinuhata Sai, and Feifei appeared around it and charged towards the Beast King from all directions. The Beast King's face turned dark. Being bitten by a bunch of ants that can't be killed, no matter how good of a temper he has, he couldn't stand it. This was how the Beast King felt. With a cold snort, a gust of wind burst out from his body. With the force of 1,000 caddies, he viciously smashed into the 4 girls. Hinajiku and the other 3 were instantly sent flying, their bodies shooting into the surrounding bone spur forest. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of sonic booms came from the sky when Chuju and the others were sent flying. Numerous iron sand swords enveloped the Beast King's body and tore his beast skin armor to shreds. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Yan, who was in the sky. A monstrous killing intent rose from his heart. As a demigod, he was already annoyed that he couldn't do anything to a tier 7 or 8 opponent. Now Wu Yan's actions just happened to be in the Beast King's line of fire. Several thick bone ribbons shot out from under Wu Yan's body. They were so fast that Wu Yan didn't even notice them. The bone ribbons pierced through Wu Yan's body like a hot knife through butter. One of the bone ribbons even pierced through Wu Yan's head. Large amounts of blood dripped onto the bone ribbons. Wu Yan's mangled body was skewered by the bone ribbons. He hung on the bone ribbons like a piece of rotten meat. The Beast King was stunned. Large amounts of blood splattered in the air. The bright color of the blood told him that this was all real. Aren't they immortal? The Beast King froze on the spot. Master. Ikaros, who was closest to Wu Yan, saw the person most important to her turned into a pile of meat. Her crimson eyes rippled as she glared at the Beast King. She couldn't suppress her anger. Ikaros, who has always been calm and indifferent, is now boiling with rage. How dare you hurt Master? A bright light shone from Ikaros's chest. Chapter 589. In the darkness, a beam of light shot out from Ikaros' body. Ikaros, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the rest screamed at the same time. All of them saw the light coming from Ikaros' chest. It's exactly the same as the one they saw last night when they noticed Ikaros' abnormality. However, the light this time couldn't be compared to the light from before. What's going on? Wu Yan, who recovered to full health, was also shocked by this sudden light. When he saw where the light came from, he was completely stunned. He didn't know what to do. Unlike Chuju and the rest, Wu Yan didn't know what's going on with Ikaros. The beast monarch turned to look at the light source in the air, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself with uncertainty. She's getting stronger? Pzz. The light emitted from Ikaros's body suddenly trembled and drilled into her body. Under everyone's different expressions, Ikaros's eyes gradually turned a little dull. Her originally not much spirit turned into a pool of stagnant water. A mechanical voice as soft as a mosquito came out of Ikaros' mouth. System confirmed. Everything is normal. Self-evolution program. Pandora. Activate. After that, a huge beam of light came down from the sky and landed on Ikaros. In a breath's time, Ikaros, who was in the middle of the beam, turned blurry and turned into a human figure. Ikaros. Wu Yan stared blankly at the disappearing Ikaros. He panicked and a deep sense of panic filled his heart. He couldn't help but feel anxious. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Wu Yan didn't care about the others. He screamed at the sky. He had no idea what's going on with Ikaros. He's never heard of it. This situation made Wu Yan very anxious. Ikaros. Wu Yan dashed towards the beam of light in an attempt to rescue Ikaros. But halfway there, Astria, who appeared out of nowhere, pulled him back. Master, don't go. Ikaros-senpai is fine. Unlike the panicking Wu Yan, Astria saw the change in Ikaros and her face was filled with excitement. Her eyes were filled with joy. Obviously, Astria knows what's going on with Ikaros' transformation. Astria, what's going on? Why is Ikaros? Wu Yan lost his composure. He grabbed Astria's hand nervously. He didn't react like this even when he encountered the Beast King. Master, don't worry. Astria cheered. Ikaros-senpai is evolving. Evolution. Wu Yan's anxious expression froze and turned into astonishment. Angeloid can evolve? Yeah. Astria nodded, but she didn't explain anything. Her face was red from excitement as she looked at the light projection in the sky. Wu Yan suppressed his worry and stared at the light projection in the sky. When the beam of light slowly receded into the humanoid light projection, pieces of light that looked like building blocks floated in the air and covered the light projection. Tipia Icaros version 2. Activate. After the light projection formed a humanoid figure, the light dimmed and a brand new Icaros appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Icaros floating in the air. They stared at her blankly for a long time before they realized what was going on. Starlight shimmered around Icaros. A white feather coat that could only cover her breasts extended down from her chest like a pair of wings. She wore a pair of white shorts that went all the way down to her thighs. 2 shoulder pads that looked like a shield floated in the air beside her shoulders. On the sides of her calves floated a pair of smaller armor as well. Her original pair of pink wings have turned into 2 pairs. Like a pair of jade-like hands caressing the surface of the water. Ripples of color spread out in all directions. Icaros's long pink hair fluttered in the wind. Barefooted, Icaros stood in the air like a goddess descending upon the mortal realm. Her eyes are closed, waiting for someone to summon her. Character. Icaros ability. Sky Queen mode, Pandora mode. Strength, S endurance, S dexterity, S spirit. A equipment. Artemis 2 permanent homing missile 2 asterisk. Aegis 2 absolute defense circle 2. Apollon Apollo. Uranus system, asterisk, level, 80, Icaros version 2. Wu Yen Chuju Mikoto, Shokuho Masaki, Astria Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Feifei Sylph Bingling, and Bishi. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the beautiful angel. Even the Beast King's expression faltered when he saw Icaros. Beautiful. Holy. In the depths of everyone's hearts, undisguised praise for these 2 people burst forth at the same time. She isn't human either. The Beast King said with an unreal tone. It's hard to tell if he meant it as a compliment or a negative. However, the Beast King's brows furrowed again. He actually had a worried expression on his face. He doesn't know what's going on with the girl, but the Beast King can feel that the situation is changing. The 2 aren't human and they aren't demonic beasts either. The invincible potion and the sudden change in the situation are causing the situation to spiral out of his control. The Beast King suddenly had a bad premonition when he saw the 2-winged angel floating in the air with her eyes tightly shut. Demonic beasts have strong instincts. The Beast King may have gained sentience, but he didn't abandon his instincts. His instincts are telling him that he forgot something that might harm him. Driven by this instinct, the demigod Beast King began to panic. I can't let this continue. The Beast King's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. While everyone else is still intoxicated by Icaros' beauty, he's going to attack. Just like before, the walls around her began to ripple and countless sharp bone spikes shot out from within, aiming at Icaros with unparalleled ferocity. This woke everyone up from their stupor. Seeing the bone spikes coming at Icaros, everyone who's had a taste of their own medicine couldn't help but shout, "Watch out!" However, Icaros acted like she didn't notice anything. She just stood there motionless, waiting for the Beast King's attack to come. This caused everyone to panic until the bone spikes are about to hit her. Aegis 2 Absolute Defense Circle 2. Icaros spoke in a flat tone. Sound waves rippled out and a circular, Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, appeared around Icaros, wrapping her whole body in it. Bam bam bam. The bone spikes landed on the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. The powerful attacks caused the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, to tremble a little. It looks like it's going to break at any moment. But, trajectory correction. The protective shield suddenly flashed, and all the bone spikes on it turned around and attacked the Beast King within a breath's time. The Beast King's face changed. Chapter 590. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, had evolved to become a gold armament. It actually had the ability to defend from all angles, and could even reflect attacks. Caught off guard, even the Beast King had to control the rebounding bone spikes and neutralize the rebounding force to avoid being injured by his own attack. With a wave of his hand, He retrieved all the bone spikes back into the wall with a gloomy face. His premonition seems to have come true. Ikaros acted like she didn't notice the Beast King's expression. She slowly opened her eyes. Compared to before, her crimson eyes are a lot more lively. They look like red wine that has been fermented for countless years. You can even see stars in them. Artemis II, permanent rear-end missile 2. Instantly, an overwhelming amount of pink light shot out from the 2 pairs of pink wings. Countless pink light rays filled the entire sky, as if they had grown eyes. They spun in a circle in the air, and with the force of a tidal wave, the number of pink light rays was no less than the number of bone spikes from before, enveloping the Beast King. The Beast King's expression changed again. He clenched his fists when he saw the pink light rays filling his vision. The Beast King can tell from the momentum of the Artemis II, permanent rear-end missile 2. Attack. It's not just the number, it's the same attack as before. Even the power has undergone a complete transformation. It's no longer a threat to him. The Beast King stomped his foot on the ground, and 4 bone walls drilled out from the ground around him, enveloping him within. Boom, 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 boom. Countless rays of light landed on the bone wall, resulting in a huge shockwave. The continuous bombardment soon covered the Beast Emperor's location. Flames and dust rose into the air, but they were unable to stop the cherry red missiles. The missiles fired into the bone wall like soldiers who were not afraid of death. Everyone was stupefied. Looking at the pink light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and listening to the firecracker-like sounds, the group fell into a state of stupefaction. Ikaros-senpai after her evolution. Astria shuddered. So scary, Ikaros. Chuju Mikoto, and the others were shocked. She's so strong. As for Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, they've lost their ability to speak. The others know a little about Ikaros, but the 4 of them don't. Ikaros' sudden transformation and strength left them dumbfounded. All they can do is stare blankly at the scene before their eyes. Wuyan took a deep breath. His anxiety and fear disappeared and turned into relief. Just a while ago, Wuyan got to know about Ikaros' changes from the system. The Pandora system, the evolutionary system designed by Daedalus, Ikaros, and Astria. Daedalus personally installed the Pandora system on the first generation of Angelides, Ikaros, Nymph, and Astria, to protect them strictly. In other words, it's a system that allows the Angelides to break through their emotional barriers and evolve when their emotions are pushed to the limit. Yesterday, after the death of the Ape King, Ikaros evolved from Tier 8 to Tier 9. Due to Ikaros' growth surpassing the limit set by Daedalus, Pandora system showed signs of awakening. That's why Ikaros' chest kept flashing with light. However, the Pandora system was originally designed to prevent Ikaros and the others from being affected by their emotions. Without strong emotional stimulation, even though the system showed signs of awakening, it couldn't be activated. This led Ikaros to believe that something was wrong with her body. Now that Wuyan is being treated so cruelly by the Beast King, Ikaros' emotions were ignited. Her emotions triggered the Pandora system, and the Pandora system that was already on the verge of awakening was activated. Ikaros has also evolved and gained a new form, new strength, and new equipment. All gold-grade equipment. The current Ikaros is a true Tier 9 fighter after her breakthrough. Due to the evolution of the Pandora system, she's several times stronger than the average Tier 9 fighter. Daedalus really does love her daughters. Wuyan muttered as he looked at the goddess-like Ikaros. Did it work? On the other hand, Hinajuku Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others were paying close attention to the Beast King's condition. In midair, Ikaros' eyes slowly regained their luster. When she regained her senses, she turned towards Wuyan's direction. Only when she saw a perfectly fine Wuyan did she slow down her anxiousness. Ikaros was about to fly towards Wuyan's direction when she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the smoke below. Almost at the same time, bone arrows shot out from the center of the smoke, ripping holes in the smoke. The moment Ikaros turned around, every single one of them landed on her body. The effect of resplendent breath reverberated in the air, causing the bone arrows to lose their effectiveness. However, Ikaros was also sent crashing into the wall behind her. Even though she wasn't injured, her head was starting to feel a little dizzy. After the bone arrows hit Ikaros, they exploded and turned into tens of thousands of smaller bone arrows. Wu Yan and the others who didn't have time to react were sent flying and slammed into the surrounding walls. Cough! Wu Yan, the only one who didn't use resplendent breath, coughed up a mouthful of blood due to the impact. His injuries healed in an instant, but the pain is still there. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he bitterly smiled. He would rather endure this kind of pain than consume the resplendent breath. It's not that he's looking for trouble, but he wanted to remind himself not to rely too much on the system items. He didn't want to put the people around him in danger like today. It's not like he's going to die anyway, it's just a little more pain. Wu Yan didn't know that there's going to be a problem soon. The smoke-filled area slowly became clear and the Beast King's figure appeared. The cold expression on his face told everyone what he's feeling right now. Looking at the people around him who didn't get hurt, the Beast King's gaze turned colder. He then stared at Wu Yan. Since he couldn't hurt anyone else for the time being, then the only person who had been injured by his attack would naturally become his target. Umph! The Beast King snorted. The wall behind Wu Yan exploded and slammed into him, sending him flying. After that, a large number of bone arrows came from all directions and turned Wu Yan into a porcupine. Poochie! Large amounts of blood dripped from Wu Yan's body. Intense pain came from every part of his body. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and shouted. He tightened his muscles and forced the bone arrows out of his body. At this moment, a childish cheer resounded throughout the entire space as Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. At the same time, the Beast King on the ground was alarmed. His face changed. In the next moment, the Beast King's skin exploded. Bang! The skin on his body started to fester. After fighting for so long, the Beast King was finally injured. Chapter 591. At this time, the Beast King's appearance was no longer as extraordinary as before. His beast skin clothes were tattered, and his skin was cracked and festered. Wounds covered his entire body, and even his face had 2 open wounds. Blood slowly flowed out like a stream, and the Beast King had completely turned into a bloody man. Fei Fei, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki looked at the bloodied Beast King in disbelief. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki seemed to have thought of something. They quickly looked towards the corner, and saw a small figure floating in the air with both hands clenched. It's Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others were overjoyed. Good job. Flandre-chan licked her lips, but she didn't look happy at all. Even Wu Yan, who was standing opposite Flandre-chan, had the same expression. There was even a hint of gloominess in his eyes. The ability to destroy eyes, an ability that could casually crush a level 9 long-arm ape king, was now used on a Beast King. Unexpectedly, it only caused his skin to explode, but didn't completely crush him. Is a demigod really that invincible? Due to the difference in tiers, moving the eye on the Beast King's body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, slower than a tortoise. In order to prepare for this attack, Flandre-chan forcefully suppressed her bloodlust and silently hid in a corner. Using the aura concealment stone to minimize her presence, she focused all her efforts on controlling the eye on the Beast King's body. All this time, she had been in hiding, all for the sake of a one-hit kill. But the result was that she couldn't kill the Beast King. The Beast King may look like he's in a terrible state, but Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Ikaros can sense that the Beast King's aura didn't weaken at all. Flandre-chan. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan with a bitter smile. I thought the Beast King's eyes were destroyed? Why didn't it explode? In order to coordinate with Flandre-chan, he didn't even use his ruby mode. He used his body to block the Beast King's attack. He pretended to be weak, so that the Beast King wouldn't notice Flandre-chan. Who would have thought it would still fail? Flandre-chan blinked her eyes in disappointment. Big bro, Flandre-chan couldn't see all the eyes on the Beast King. I can only see a small portion of them, and I can only control a small portion. That's why I couldn't kill him. I'm sorry, big bro. Flandre-chan didn't know that her battle record would shock a lot of people to death if they were to hear about it. Since ancient times, there has never been a case of a demigod getting hurt by a tier 9 demigod. But not only did Flandre-chan manage to do so, she was the only one in the world with such a battle record. Can't see all the eyes. Wu Yan sighed. He felt a little dejected, but he also felt relieved. It's no wonder Flandre-chan was able to defeat someone in Gensokyo despite her heaven-defying abilities. It seems like Flandre-chan can't see all the eyes on the Beast King's body. Of course, without Gao Flan's strength, there's no way Flandre-chan's ability can be blocked. Flandre-chan's ability is still very scary. Master, Ikaros looked up and said. The target's vital signs are fluctuating. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King on the ground gently straightened his back. Because of his movements, a large amount of blood flowed out of his body and splattered onto the ground. Good. Very good. Very good. The Beast King raised his head and revealed his face to everyone, much to their surprise. The pair of ordinary black pupils had disappeared and were replaced by a pair of flat beastly eyes. The Beast King glanced at his cracked skin and shook his body as if he did not see it. He shook off all the blood stains on his body. His expression did not change, but an unusually strong pressure enveloped everyone's hearts. You've hurt me. The Beast King's face was expressionless. It's scary. You should be proud. Beast Zizi. With the Beast King as the center, a hazy yellow light suddenly lit up, instantly illuminating every corner of the battlefield. A hemispherical shield appeared from his body and quickly spread out in all directions, covering the entire space. The hemispherical barrier expanded at an extremely fast speed. When the edges of the hemispherical barrier reached their surroundings, Wu Yan and Ko quickly raised their hands to block. However, the hemispherical barrier was like a gust of wind. It didn't do any damage to the group. Instead, it enveloped them. In just a short while, the surroundings turned into an earthy yellow space. Before the group of people had time to observe, their bodies suddenly sank, as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. Wu Yan, Ikaros, Astria, Flandre-chan, Mikoto, Sylph and the others who were flying in the air fell to the ground. Chuju, Shokoho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Fei-Fei, Bingling, Bishi and the others also fell to the ground. A terrifying gravitational force was exerted on everyone's body, causing them to be unable to lift their bodies or even raise their heads. All of this happened in only 2 to 3 seconds. When the group of people understood what had happened, they were already lying on the ground. Damn it! The veins on Wu Yan's forehead bulged. He tried his best to get up, but other than raising his head, he couldn't do anything else. Wu Yan, who has the body of a true ancestor and the strongest physique among them, is already in such a state. Shokoho Misaki, who is physically weak, couldn't even move her eyelids. Her eyes were filled with pain. Oniai-chan. Flandre-chan felt her body getting heavier and heavier. She felt like she was suffocating. Flandre-chan is in so much pain. Master. Ikaros and Astria struggled with all their might, but they couldn't move. Ikaros, who just evolved and got a huge boost in strength, was no exception. Yen, Hinajiku Mikoto, Shokoho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku could only let out a weak cry and nothing else. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bingling and Bishi gave up on resisting. They closed their eyes as if they accepted their fate. Everyone. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at everyone. The Beast King's voice rang in his ears. As expected, the Beast King appeared in front of Wu Yan. His bloodied face was emotionless. He looked down at Wu Yan from the corner of his eyes. That potion will only take effect when you are injured. For an attack like this that doesn't have any killing power, the potion won't have any effect. The corners of the Beast King's mouth curled up. Under the stain of blood, he looked extremely sinister. You should be satisfied. You should know that this gravity space can even suck away the air. Ordinary people would have died long ago. Only you can safely stay here under the protection of that bottle of medicine. How miraculous. Even a vacuum can save your lives. Does the potion provide you with oxygen? The Beast King tilted his body to the side. No matter what, as a reward for injuring me, let me quietly watch as your potion loses its effect. Bastard. Wu Yan raised his head and roared. Let them go. Fight me one-on-one, if you have the guts. The Beast King sneered. Don't worry, I will save you for last. We will have plenty of time. But, fight, fight, fight. Wu Yan shuddered when he heard the Beast King's words. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Now he finally understood that the Beast King had been playing with them all along. He hadn't been serious at all. In all the previous battles, the Beast King had been playing around. Only now did he use a little bit of his true strength. This bit of strength is enough to make them despair. Chapter 592. Yen. Shokuho Misaki tried her best to squeeze out a sentence. Don't worry. We won't die. Now that Wu Yen has fused with them, as long as Wu Yen doesn't die, he can revive them by paying half of the summoning points he used to summon them. Wu Yen has the body of a true ancestor. He can't be killed. Even if he is imprisoned by the Beast King, he can wait until the right time to escape and revive the girls. That's pretty much what Shokuho Misaki is trying to say. She didn't say it out loud, but she knew Wu Yen understood what she was trying to say. Yes. Yen. Chuju struggled to open her mouth. The most important thing is you. The other girls didn't say anything, but they were probably thinking the same thing, including the most cowardly one, Frenda. Wu Yen bit his lips hard when he heard the girls' words. He felt so bad that he wanted to vomit blood. Am I really going to have to watch Chuju and the girls die? Then revive them? As for myself, I'm just struggling to live on? No. I'd rather die. I don't want them to die in front of me. Propping himself up on the ground, Wu Yen exerted so much force that his veins protruded out. The veins wriggled like earthworms, they looked like they would burst at any moment. One can only imagine how much strength their owner used. Wu Yan's actions were seen by the girls. They opened their mouths but no words came out. They couldn't bear to watch Wu Yan's desperate actions, and they couldn't help but turn their heads away. How could a rational plan be compared to true feelings? If they were in Wu Yan's shoes, they would have to watch their loved ones die while they were the only ones who survived. Even if they knew there was hope, they would still feel pain. Even if the 10 of them survive, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi won't be so lucky. Their deaths would forever be a knot in everyone's heart. However, there's no other way. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of despair. Their eyes were glazed over, except for Sylph. She only felt a sense of grievance. She had always been the absolute genius and expert in the eyes of others. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would have to rely on others to fight for the hope of survival. As for herself, she had not been of any use at all. That's why Sylph felt aggrieved. It wasn't Sylph's fault. She was just a magus who needed to chant spells. What could she do in a chaotic battle like that? Powerful magic required chanting, and the more powerful it was, the longer the chanting would take. Unfortunately, the level of the battle was beyond her level, and the surrounding terrain was constantly changing, which disrupted her casting. In the end, she couldn't even cast a single spell. As for spells that don't require long chanting time, they were completely useless. As a result, Sylph, who wanted to participate in the battle, was the one with the least impact. If the opponent was a demigod, Sylph wouldn't have fallen to this state. Even if the opponent was a demigod, she would still be able to make a difference with her companions. The strange thing is, this is the Beast King's body. The terrain kept changing and Sylph, as a magus with a gold armament, was reduced to a mere spectator. Sylph felt aggrieved. She turned her icy blue eyes towards Wu Yen. She felt bitter in her heart. Perhaps, she will never have the chance to report his possession of the ring to her superiors. Time ticked away like days or years. Wu Yen tried to get up, fell down, got up again and fell down again. It's a sad and desolate place. The Beast King sat on his throne of bones and stared at everyone. To be more precise, he was staring at the glowing halos around them. With the passage of time, the halo protecting the 13 people who had taken the resplendent breath was slowly fading away. It was only a matter of time before it disappeared. The Beast King didn't care about any of this. Instead, he focused on Wu Yen, who kept trying to get up. His emotionless face made people feel like they were watching an ant trying to move food that was 10 times bigger than itself. Moreover, the food was placed there by him. As time passed, Wu Yen became more and more anxious. His expression became more and more distorted. He tried to get up more and more frequently, but all of his attempts were in vain. He tried everything he could think of, but all his abilities and trump cards were mercilessly destroyed one by one. The gate of Babylon, which only needed to be activated with his mind, was destroyed by the gravity of this space. Every time a ripple appeared, it would be destroyed. Even the 3 ruby modes were not suitable for this situation. There was nothing he could do. Wu Yan was about to go crazy. His unwillingness was expressed through his actions. As time passed, his movements became bigger and bigger. The Beast King was confused. Where did he get so much energy from? The halos on everyone's bodies grew increasingly dim. 3 hours had passed. It was about time for them to reach their destination. As time passed, Wu Yan's madness and anger slowly subsided. Calm down, calm down. Only by calming down can he think of a way. Yes, a way. A way. There are only 5 minutes left until the resplendent breath expires. There must be a way. There must be a way for minutes. Think about it, what else do I have? 3 minutes. Think about it, what else did I not consider? 2 minutes. Think about it. 1 minute. Think about it. His mind was spinning rapidly. He was moving with unprecedented agility. Deep in his mind, he started to browse through all the items in the system. Equipment, ability, summoning, tools. Wu Yan has found a tool to resist gravity. The key is how to get rid of the Beast King. The Beast King is the most important part. In the 4 columns of the system, was there anything that he needed? Was there anything that he could use at this time that could help him get out of this situation? Suddenly, Wu Yan was stunned. System? Yes. Yes. It's the system. System. Quick. Give me a way to deal with the Beast King. It's obvious that Wu Yan is grasping at straws in a desperate situation. However, Wu Yan did not expect that he would turn to the right doctor this time. The voice that he is so familiar with, even a little annoying, rang in his mind. Wu Yan froze on the spot, his heart filled with ecstasy. User. According to the system's judgment, there are 536 ways to deal with the Beast King. 536 ways. F***CK, this is the omnipotent system. Quick. Give me the most effective way. Wu Yan shouted in his heart. User is advised to summon a character that can suppress the Beast King. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. The problem is that my summoning points are not enough to support the summoning of a character of that level. Perhaps the system understood the anxiety in Wu Yan's heart. After a moment of hesitation, the system prompt sounded. Beep. User is in a severe state of emergency. Activating system emergency measures. Beep. Strategic decision. User is given a free summoning opportunity. However, the summoned character is only allowed to exist for 10 minutes. It will return after 10 minutes. The user would have to complete a compulsory mission issued by the system as the price. Do you accept? Wu Yan is ecstatic. There's no reason to reject the summons. He silently accepted the summons and the list of summons appeared in his mind. He skimmed through it and in an instant, he locked onto a character. At this time, the light on everyone's body dissipated. On the throne of bones, the Beast King opened its eyes. Time is up. It's not over yet. Wu Yan shouted. The summoning in his mind was triggered. The next moment, the summoning light flashed. Chapter 593. Like a reverberating ring, the summoning light rippled outwards. Finally, the yellow space was dyed with a different color. It looked strangely attractive. Other than Wu Yan, everyone else was stunned. They looked up at the summoning light. Chuju and the other summoners understood what was going on. Their expressions changed. Unlike the khaki-colored light that filled every corner, the range of the summoning light was not large, and the light source was not very bright either. However, when the Beast King saw the dense light that rose into the air like a large light bulb, his expression changed. Yet another unexpected situation occurred. Humph. Furious, the Beast King swung his arm. A dark ripple spread outwards and hit the summoning light. Wu Yan and the others cried out in surprise. Bang! The ripple didn't even dim the summoning light. It was like an egg hitting a rock. While the Beast King was enraged, Wu Yan and the others sighed in relief. Fei Fei and the other 3 were still confused. The Beast King narrowed his cold eyes. He was enraged by the repeated accidents. He stared at the summoning light, but he wasn't in a hurry. "I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves." Wu Yan ignored the Beast King's words. He stared at the summoning light with sweaty palms. The summoning light that was as tall as a person rippled. The illusory edges of the summoning light appeared and disappeared in the yellow space. During the ripples, the summoning light did not dim at all. However, everyone present could see that a faint humanoid figure was slowly emerging from the summoning light. A human. The Beast King, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi all gasped in shock. They didn't expect a person to appear in the ball of light at such an opportune moment. Could it be a summoning spell? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi thought to themselves. The Beast King, on the other hand, was in an awkward position. In his body, no one could use any means to escape. Naturally, no one could use any means to barge in without his consent, not even summoning magic. That's why the Beast King was able to detect intruders in his territory. He also noticed Wu Yan and the others using aura hiding stones and cloaks to sneak in. In a way, Wu Yan and the others had his permission. Otherwise, he would have attacked them the moment they barged in. This guy. The Beast King looked at Wu Yan with fear in his eyes. Who the hell is he? Why does he have so many magical means? The person who appeared in the summoning light instantly became the center of attention. It didn't take long for a flawless girl to appear before everyone's eyes. She was wearing a pink and white princess dress with pleated edges. It fluttered gently under the influence of the summoning light. She had a head of curly blonde hair. She was also wearing a pink and white round hat with a red ribbon tied in the shape of a bow. It added a bit of cuteness to the noble young lady. Strangely, the front part of the pink and white pleated princess dress was a Taoist robe with the 8 trigrams printed on it. It made her look noble and cute, but also a bit mysterious. Such a nondescript attire seemed to be a natural fit on the young lady's body, with that exquisite face that did not seem to belong to this world. It gave people a feeling that no matter what she wore, it did not matter. Furthermore, such attire actually highlighted her unique temperament. It was a miraculous aura that would make the world less colorful if she wasn't there. A red bow was tied to the end of the girl's long blonde hair. Her strange princess dress fluttered in the wind. She held a parasol in her hand. Her eyes were tightly shut. Amidst her nobility, there was a hint of tranquility and beauty. When the girl's full appearance was revealed, everyone was stunned. Even Fei Fei and the others seemed to have forgotten about their situation. She attracted all their attention. Only Wu Yan, who knew the girl's true identity from the start, maintained his consciousness. His face was filled with joy. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the girl's chest towards Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground. It connected to his heart. Only Wu Yan could hear that the 2 heartbeats were gradually changing. If anyone else could see the 2 heartbeats, they would see that the 2 heartbeats were slowly becoming the same. No one was able to react in time, including the Beast King. This change was beyond their comprehension, and everything was so sudden. Only Hinajiku and the rest who understood the reason behind it looked at each other with anticipation. Could this girl, who was about to become their companion, help them get out of this predicament? Finally, at some point, the 2 heartbeats became the same. The ray of light connecting Wu Yan and the girl broke. It rolled into a small ball of light and shot into Wu Yan's body. The light of the summoning also dimmed and disappeared. Only the blonde girl was left floating in the air. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. She was still as beautiful as ever. The atmosphere of the entire place turned silent. The Beast King raised an eyebrow. He looked at the girl floating in the air with her eyes closed. He had a vague feeling that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. She looked like an ordinary girl. Her tall and slender body made the Beast King's heart clench. But he still said coldly, "How long do you plan to stay up there?" The Beast King had forgotten that they were still in his gravitational space. But the girl wasn't affected at all. The Beast King's voice echoed in the space. The girl ignored him. Her eyes were still closed as if she was asleep. The atmosphere became a little stifling. The Beast King frowned. "Are you ignoring this king's existence?" The girl still didn't respond. Wu Yan was starting to get anxious. The Beast King's face darkened. His eyes flashed. he suddenly made a move. A black ray shot towards the girl in the air. Oh no! Wu Yan was shocked. Just as the black light was about to reach the young girl, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The space in front of the black light suddenly collapsed and a hole opened up. The black light was swallowed into the hole, and silently dispelled the Beast King's attack. Allah, how rude! A sweet and flirtatious voice came from the girl's mouth, breaking the peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. A pair of purple eyes gently opened. The parasol in her hand opened, and was propped up by the girl on her shoulder. A pink and white folding fan appeared in her other hand at some point, and touched her lips. It's rare to encounter such a miraculous thing. I still want to recall the memories that system forced into me. System? The Beast King frowned. The girl smiled and ignored the Beast King. It was as if he was just an unremarkable passerby in her eyes. Turning her head to look at the ground, she saw Wu Yan looking at her with a face full of joy. Blinking her eyes, she looked at him with interest. The corners of her eyes curved into crescent moons. What a rude person who took away my life without my consent. Wu Yan's smile froze. He suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Alright, looks like you're not that annoying. I'll consider you a pass. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl shifted her gaze and looked around. Then, she suddenly waved the fan in her hand. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the earthy yellow gravity space shattered like glass without any warning. What? The Beast King was shocked for the first time. Chapter 594. Impossible. The Beast King blurted out as he looked at the yellow space that had collapsed into nothingness. For a moment, he couldn't calm down at all. At his level, it's hard for his mental state to fluctuate. Only when faced with Wu Yan's endless tricks would he be able to feel a little bit of emotion. However, this is the first time in many years that he lost his composure like this. This is different from the playful battle from before. The gravity space is what the Beast King relied on to survive. It's what allowed him to dominate the behemoth forest when he was ranked 9. He didn't use his full strength just now, but he was serious. However, this girl who came out of nowhere shattered the skill he relied on to survive. Even if she didn't use her full strength, the Beast King still couldn't believe it. On the ground, the group of people also had their mouths wide open. They had completely forgotten to get up because their heads were already dizzy. The gravitational space that had been suppressing them was broken just like that. Who are you? The Beast King calmed down after adjusting his emotions. His face is no longer calm, it's serious. Me. Covering her face with the fan in her hand, the girl's purple eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom. Yakumo Yukari. Yakumo Yukari? The Beast King lowered his head. His mind spun quickly. He's trying to find information about the name Yakumo Yukari. Of course he failed. Yakumo Yukari isn't from the Spalier world, she's from the Utopia. No, she's not a human. More accurately, she's a monster. Character. Yakumo Yukari ability, Realm Gap, Rune Card, Monster Bloodline. Strength, S Endurance, S Agility, S Spirit, S Equipment, None level 95, Monster Sage. Yakumo Yukari. Wu Yan stood up and looked at the flying Yakumo Yukari. His lips curled up. He was the only one who knew what the name Yakumo Yukari meant. Holding Flanderchan's hand, Wu Yan turned around and walked away. This action attracted everyone's attention. Where do you plan to go? The Beast King asked calmly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Escape? Do you think you can escape without my permission? Run. Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and asked without looking back. Is there a need for that? Hearing those words, everyone present was stunned. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile, and continued to walk forward. Chuju Mikoto, let's get some distance away. Leave? The girls looked at each other. Chuju hurriedly ran to Wu Yan's side. Yin, what are you doing? Let's go help. Help. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. His voice was flat, but the undisguised confidence in his words affected everyone present. There's no need for that. It will be over soon. The Beast King's expression turned cold. His beast eyes flashed dangerously. You're saying that I will lose? Of course you will. Wu Yan waved his hand and laughed. That's the best outcome, don't die. The Beast King's expression darkened. He sneered and stopped talking. He ignored Wu Yan's actions. No one can leave without his permission. Right now, he wants to crush Wu Yan's trump card and enjoy the despair on his face. Era. Yakumo Yukari opened her mouth in shock, but her eyes are smiling. You trust him that much? Looks like if I don't put on a good performance, I'll let you down. You're very confident. The Beast King is getting angry after being looked down on again and again, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing happened. Indeed, from what I saw just now, your strength is not simple. However, do you think you can win against me here? The Beast King didn't finish his sentence. He just gently lifted his foot and tapped the ground. The entire skeletal fortress started to shake. Oh. Yakumo Yukari was surprised. Her purple eyes scanned the surroundings. Looks like this place isn't simple. The Beast King paused. He looked up. I didn't think you'd notice so quickly. Well. Yakumo Yukari shook her body and smiled. After all, I'm in charge of a large territory. She spun the parasol in her hand and flew down, her folding fan fluttering in the air. Let's hurry up and deal with this unexpected battle. I won't be in this world for long. As soon as he finished speaking, the trembling ground became still, causing the Beast King's expression to change drastically. This was clearly his past body. How could it not be controlled by him? Yakumo Yukari smirked. She pointed her fan forward. The realm of light and darkness. In the next moment, a whistle sounded like an explosion, causing the Beast King's body to tremble, and he couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, several balls of light flashing with a fatal aura had appeared behind the Beast King at some unknown time, lightly rushing towards his back. The Beast King's expression changed. The balls of light may look light, but the Beast King has a feeling that he won't be able to dodge them. Bone shield. The Beast King turned around and a few bone shields appeared out of thin air to block the incoming balls of light. The realm of being and non-being. A voice rang out when the bone shields made by the Beast King collided with the ball of light. It was a simple sentence, and the bone shields suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The Beast King was shocked. The balls of light were already in front of him before he could react. The Beast King's pupils constricted. He stomped his feet and turned into a shadow. He dashed towards the distance with extreme speed. When he fought Wu Yan and the others, the Beast King didn't move at all. This is the first time he's faced with Yakumo Yukari. He had no choice but to dodge. The Beast King didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. Without a doubt, everything that happened just now was caused by Yakumo Yukari. She must be a demigod. Demigod. The Beast King appeared not far away. He looked at the smiling Yakumo Yukari. She's a demigod. Yakumo Yukari tilted her head and smiled at the Beast King. I don't have that much time for you to pay attention to other things. The Beast King shuddered when he heard Yakumo Yukari's words. He immediately felt a gust of cold wind behind him. He quickly turned around. A few black holes were spinning in the air. They devoured everything in their path, be it sound or air. Although they didn't make any noise, the Beast King knew that being hit by them would be no different than being hit by a real black hole. At that moment, the Beast King turned around. Just as he was about to do something, a sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. The Beast King jerked his head up and quickly saw that the ball of light that he had dodged earlier had appeared in front of him. The attack of light and darkness swept through the Beast King like a hot knife through butter. Silently, the Beast King felt a suffocating sense of crisis. Without a second thought, the Beast King unleashed all of his powers. His hands were wrapped in heavenly might. They turned into shadows of fists and punched towards the balls of light and darkness. The Beast King was confident that this attack could send the balls flying. But at this moment, the calm voice rang in the Beast King's ears again. The realm of fast and slow. The lightning-fast fists disappeared, revealing the Beast King's fists. The Beast King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but there was no time for him to express his thoughts. The balls of light and darkness descended upon him in an instant. Bang bang bang, thick smoke rose from the Beast King's body. Following the Beast King's roar, it felt a sharp pain coming from its body. The Beast King turned around, broke through the smoke, and dodged to the side. A hand slowly rested on the Beast King's shoulder. Didn't I tell you? There's no time for you to pay attention to other things. The Beast King's hair stood on end. Chapter 595. Didn't I tell you? There's no time for you to pay attention to anything else. The Beast King's entire body froze. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. His body tensed up as he felt the hand on his shoulder. The Beast King gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around to throw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang out. However, the Beast King who had punched out a mouthful of blood was sent flying backwards and smashed into the ground. In the distance, everyone except Wu Yan was dumbstruck when they saw the Beast King Luftwaffe flying away. They felt like they're in a dream. The Beast King was sent flying. Bing Ling muttered in a daze. The demigod Beast King was sent flying. Yakumo. Bishi's expression didn't look any better. Could it be another demigod? A demigod that's stronger than the Beast King? Chuju Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki exchanged glances and shook their heads. Mikoto smiled bitterly. That Yakumo girl is so strong. The girls nodded. They couldn't take their eyes off Yakumo. The Beast King clutched his chest and stood up with a pale face. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. One hit, just one hit, and he almost couldn't stand up straight. The Beast King glared at Yakumo Yukari and roared. How did you do it? His bone shield had mysteriously disappeared, his attacks had mysteriously slowed down, and his opponent's attacks had mysteriously appeared around him. Even his opponent himself had mysteriously appeared behind him. How did the other party accomplish all of this? Yakumo raised her parasol casually and smiled. How should I say this? Why don't you try it yourself? The Beast King's expression turned murderous. He took a deep breath and stood firmly on the ground. He tapped the ground and shot towards Yakumo Yukari like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Beast King was right in front of her. With a ruthless look in his eyes, he raised his hand. At this time, the people standing in the distance saw that a sword had appeared in the Beast King's hand. It was a bone sword that emitted a baleful aura. The Beast King was going all out against Yakumo Yukari. The man's sword arrived before Yakumo Yukari's neck, and the rotten aura of the sword cut down mercilessly. That's fast. Chuju, Astria, and Feifei gasped in shock. The three of them who are good with swords couldn't see the Beast King's speed. The Beast King didn't dare to hold back against such a powerful enemy. He attacked with all his might. His bone sword was covered in a yellowish aura, and it became heavier. He swung it at Yakumo Yukari, who didn't even try to dodge. His target was Yakumo Yukari's vitals. But Yakumo Yukari didn't seem to care about the Beast King's attack at all. She had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were calm and relaxed. She gently waved her fan, and the unbreakable bone sword was stopped. It couldn't go any further. The Beast King's expression changed slightly. With his current strength and magic, his bone sword could cut down a mountain with a single slash. But now it couldn't even hurt a paper fan. Ha! His heart trembling, the Beast King suddenly retreated and shouted loudly. A yellow light scattered from his body, bathing him in the yellow light. That's... Wu Yan and the others tensed up. The yellow light from the Beast King's body turned into a yellow light barrier that spread out in all directions. Every area that was enveloped by the barrier turned yellow. And there was also a very heavy pressure coming from within. It was the Beast King's gravity space. However, the earthen yellow light within the gravity space was over 10 times denser than the previous one. Obviously, the Beast King had utilized his full strength to activate the gravity space. Yakumo Ziyuan's eyes lit up. She smiled as she watched the gravity space envelop her. When her shoulders sank down, the umbrella and fan in her hands became 1,000 times heavier. Yakumo Ziyuan exclaimed in admiration. Not bad. The Beast King got angry when he heard Yakumo Yukari's praise. She was praising him in the middle of a battle. She must be looking down on him. This time, the Beast King's speed was much faster than before. He left countless afterimages behind him. Before he even reached Yakumo Yuki, a black sword light was already flung out. Yakumo Yukari chuckled. She raised her hand, and in the next moment, the black sword disappeared into the gravity space. Her hand was already on the Beast King's sword. The realm of being and not. The late words entered the Beast King's ears and alerted him. His face twisted slightly. Yakumo Yuki pointed the parasol forward, and a strong energy wave surged from the tip of the parasol. A dozen rays of light shot out from the tip of the parasol. The Beast King clenched his teeth and pulled back the bone sword. He swung the sword again and scattered the light. But after the light was scattered, it turned into countless tiny lasers. They scattered from the tip of the bone sword and shrouded the Beast King. The Beast King had no choice but to retreat, but Yakumo Yukari moved at the same time. The realm of being fast and slow. The retreating figure suddenly trembled, and its speed instantly decreased by several times. Even though it was still very fast, the laser had caught up to it in an instant. Under the horrified expression of the Beast King, the laser viciously struck the Beast King's body. PSH. The laser directly pierced through the Beast King's body. With the sound of flesh being torn apart, many bloody holes appeared on the Beast King's body. Streams of fresh blood dripped down like a spring, bringing with it a wisp of burnt black smoke. Bang! The Beast King half knelt on the ground, using the bone sword in his hand to support his body. His entire body was trembling, and there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His beast eyes were completely dyed red. Of course, this was not blood, but a sign of extreme anger. The Beast King raised its head with great effort and stared at Yakumo Yukari with its bloodshot eyes. It opened its mouth and spoke in a low voice. "How did you do it?" The smile on Yakumo Ziyuan's face disappeared. It was replaced with an indifferent expression. She stepped forward and stood in front of the Beast King. "Realm power, my ability." Her purple eyes looked down at the Beast King kneeling in front of her and said calmly. The Beast King struggled to raise his head. Although the damage he received wasn't fatal, it's enough to make him lose the ability to fight. It's different from the damage inflicted by Flandrachan. Flandrachan only managed to tear open the surface of his skin, but this time, every bloody hole on his body was penetrated through. Even if the Beast King is the strongest magic beast with the strongest body, there is no way for it to move when there are dozens of holes in its body that have pierced through its body. Realm. The Beast King tried to muster up some strength. "What is that?" Yakumo Ziyuan glanced at the Beast King. The existence of things is built on the foundation of the existence of a realm. Without a water surface, a lake can't exist. Without ridges, mountains and the sky can't exist as well. If the realm of everything doesn't exist, then it would become chaos. Everything has a realm. Yakumo Ziyuan shook her head and waved the fan in her hand. As for me, all I did was control it. 8 profound realm. The Beast King gasped for air. The redness in his eyes had already disappeared. This was because they were now filled with shock and horror. Doesn't that mean? That's right. Yakumo Ziyuan's lips curled up into a confident smile. A powerful aura rose from her body. I can create something new. I can destroy something that already exists. Creation, destruction. The Beast King's pupils contracted violently. Soon after, a bitter smile appeared on his face. I didn't lose unjustly. Chapter 596. The power of realm is indeed terrifying. A simple phrase of creation and destruction was able to display the power of the realm, and it was also able to display its terrifying side in front of everyone. Moreover, it was clear and obvious. In this battle, Yakumo Yukari only used a few basic moves. Yet, she was able to toy with the Beast King in the palm of her hand. Of course, there was a difference in level. After all, at demigod rank, the difference between each level is equivalent to a whole tier. Yakumo Yukari, who is 5 levels higher than the Beast King, can fight the Beast King as she pleases. But more importantly, the power of realm. Without the power of realm, Yakumo Yukari can easily defeat the Beast King, but it won't be as easy as it is now. At the very least, Yakumo Yukari would have to use her best skills to defeat the Beast King. But now, she can easily defeat the Beast King with just a flick of her finger. The Beast King is also heavily injured. This is why Wu Yan chose to summon Yakumo Yukari. In terms of level, there are plenty of players in the fantasy village who are higher than Yakumo Yukari. In other worlds, there are plenty of dungeons. There are more or less people who are stronger than Yakumo Yukari. But the power of realm is unique. No one else has it. Take Flandra-chan for example. Even though she was only level 83, she had the ability to destroy eyes. Even if Flandra-chan were to go up against a level 88, she would still have a chance of winning. It's the same for Yakumo Yukari. The difference in level between demigods is huge, but with the power of realm, Yakumo Yukari can easily defeat a demigod. Of course, the opponent doesn't have the same terrifying ability as Yakumo Yukari. To put it bluntly, if Yakumo Yukari was born in the Spalier world, she could easily dominate this world where demigods and demigods don't have much power. Unfortunately, she lives in a fantasy village filled with monsters. There's no lack of strange abilities there. Of course, there are people who are stronger than Yakumo Yukari. Today I admit defeat. The Beast King's expression slowly returned to normal. His eyes returned to their normal black color. He turned to look at Fei-Fei and the others. I may have lost, but this will only prolong the time humans can use the behemoth forest. Once I recover. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground where the Beast King was standing suddenly distorted, and a wave of rocks surged up. Before anyone could react, the wave of rocks wrapped around the Beast King and reconnected with the ground, restoring it to its original state. However, the Beast King had disappeared from his original spot. In the distance, a group of 14 people couldn't help but run over in shock. Fei-Fei couldn't wait to see Yakumo Yukari. Lady Yakumo Yukari, where is the Beast King? Yakumo Yukari frowned, then relaxed of her brows. He ran away. He ran away? Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked. They started to panic. Now that the Beast King is heavily injured, this is the best time to kill him. Otherwise, when he recovered, wouldn't everything remain the same? Seeing Fei-Fei's reaction, Yakumo Yukari twirled her parasol. Her purple eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's souls curved into a crescent shape. She smiled. My attack wasn't a normal attack. That guy's injuries won't heal without a year or so. Fei-Fei and the others sighed in relief. Fei-Fei bowed and said respectfully, Lady Yakumo Yukari, thank you for saving our lives. Lady, thank you so much for saving our lives. Bingling, Bishi, and Sylph bowed as well. The person in front of them is a peak demigod. She can easily suppress the Beast King. They don't even know if there are people like her in the Spalier world. Fei-Fei and the others didn't know Yakumo Yukari's background, but her strength is enough to strike fear into their hearts. No need. Yakumo Yukari didn't act like a strong person. After living for so long, she has seen through everything in this world. That's why she's unusually approachable. Of course, it won't be easy to get her to look at you in the eye. I had a lot of fun too. Yakumo Yukari stretched her back and said, It's been a long time since I was able to throw away the rules of rune cards and fight like this. Rules of rune cards. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi were puzzled, but they didn't ask anything. It's best not to ask too many questions when facing someone like this. Yakumo Yukari glanced at Fei-Fei and the other girls. She nodded in satisfaction at their silence. Then she turned towards Wu Yan. Her purple eyes shone brightly. It's obvious that she's interested in something. Wu Yan's lips twitched under Yakumo Yukari's gaze. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. He shrugged and he dryly laughed. Yukari, can you not look at me like that? It's creepy. Yakumo Yukari flinched. She didn't expect Wu Yan to call her so intimately. But she quickly flashed him an interested smile. What's wrong? Yakumo Yukari smiled mockingly. You took my life. Can't you let me look at you a little longer? Taken? Take. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. He didn't know what to say. In a way, his summoning can be considered as taking away the lives of the summoned characters because their lives are already fused into his body. Yakumo Yukari looked at the girls behind Wu Yan. She was shocked when she saw Flandra-chan holding onto Wu Yan's hand. Flandra? You're here too. Flandra-chan was stunned. She looked at Yakumo Yukari in confusion. Do you know Flandra? But Flandra doesn't know you. Ma, you haven't seen me, but I have seen you before. You just don't know. Yakumo giggled. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her. He felt like this. You haven't seen me before, but I have seen you before. Probably came with the help of some kind of black substance, for example, the void space. Suddenly, Yakumo Yukari frowned. At the same time, her tall and slender body, under everyone's astonished gazes, started disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yukari. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Summoning time is up? Yakumo Yukari didn't answer him. She looked at herself and she waved her fan. She tapped her body with it. An invisible force acted on Yakumo Yukari's body. Her body stopped disappearing, and under Wu Yan's shocked gaze, she recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Yan pointed at the smiling Yakumo Yukari with a shocked look on his face. Isn't it time? Why are you? What's so strange about it? Yakumo Yukari said matter-of-factly, everything has its own realm. I don't really understand the existence of the system, but since there's a summoning time, then time has its own realm as well. All I have to do is control the realm of time. Then, Yakumo Yukari sighed again. But that system is really mysterious. With my power, I can only extend the summoning time, but I can't completely cancel it out. What kind of existence is it? So you're saying? Wu Yan paused for a moment, then with a very interesting expression he said, Yukari, you're staying? Of course. Yakumo Yukari closed her fan and raised her parasol. I never thought something so magical would happen to me. Of course I have to experience it. Time is stopped in Fantasyland anyway, I don't have to worry about it. Yakumo Yukari smiled slyly. So, I'll be in your care for now, Yen-kun. In an instant, Wu Yan felt a tail grow out of Yakumo Yukari's back, a devil's tail. Chapter 597. Wu Yan acted like he's very familiar with Yukari on the surface, but inside he's very shocked. Ever since he got the system, Wu Yan has been following the system's rules. If he wants an item, he has to exchange it with points. If he enters a dungeon, he has to complete the dungeon mission. Even the special item needed to unlock the mysterious crystal was made by the system. Yukari, on the other hand, can use her own ability to resist the system and achieve her goal. Even though it's just extending the summoning time, it's still a huge blow to Wu Yan. After all, in his subconscious mind, the system is an omnipotent entity. Yukari's actions have taught Wu Yan a lesson. She used the most obvious method to tell Wu Yan that the system is not something he can't resist. Coupled with the fact that the return scroll didn't work, Wu Yan has a feeling that the system is just SOSO. On the other hand, Yukari has been observing Wu Yan's reaction. Naturally, she noticed the changes in Wu Yan's expression. Purple's pupils flashed. Raising the folding fan in his hand, Purple suddenly said, Actually, that system is really an incredible thing. Wu Yan was stunned. He turned to Yukari and thought, Is it that easy to see through me? How come both Shokuho Misaki and Yakumo Yukari can see through my thoughts? Violet smiled faintly. It was just a slight curl of her lips, but it was enough to make Bing Ling and Bishi, who were both afraid of her, turn to look at her. I've encountered a lot of headache-inducing things in the fantasy village, but I've never seen something like this that can create equipment out of thin air, give people abilities, and have so many strange items. It can even strip people of their lives and forcefully integrate them into other people's bodies. Yukari glanced at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. To be honest, this is the first time I feel like my life doesn't belong to me. I feel like I'm being toyed with by someone else. If it weren't for the fact that there are no loopholes in the memory given to me by the system, I might have treated you as the culprit and dissected you directly. Wu Yan's body trembled when he heard that. He subconsciously distanced himself from Yukari by 2 to 3 meters. His inner thoughts turned into chills. As expected of the sage of monsters, Yakumo Yukari. She's so pretty, yet she can talk about anatomy so casually. Shouldn't she be the one toying around with other people's lives? She should be the one toying around with people's lives. Yukari smiled mischievously. She lifted her parasol and placed it on her shoulder. Yen-kun, don't worry. My life is tied to yours. I won't do anything to you. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He finally understood. When Yakumo Yukari uses the word I to describe herself, it means she's serious. When she uses the word concubine to describe herself, it's either to keep her distance or to mock others. That's why he felt that between using I to say dissection and using I to say I won't do anything to you, he should trust the former. Nah, Yukari. Wu Yan laughed dryly and he asked her in a serious tone. What do you think of the system? Yukari squinted her pretty eyes and looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. This look made Wu Yan feel as if his inner thoughts have been seen through by this beautiful girl in front of him. After living for so long, Yukari's intelligence can only be described as monstrous. She isn't called a sage for nothing. Even Shokuho Misaki doesn't have the right to act smart in front of her. Wu Yan couldn't hide his thoughts from her. Of course, Wu Yan didn't intend to hide this from her. Yukari's summoning time is limited, but their lives have already fused together so Yukari can be trusted. Even if this is their first meeting, Wu Yan has no doubt about it. The two of them stared at each other. Ripples were emitted from their wine-red eyes and purple eyes, as if they were communicating with each other. After a long while, Z unfolded the fan in his hand and covered half of his face, making it impossible for others to see what kind of expression he had. However, traces of satisfaction could be seen in his purple eyes. As for the system, I don't know its origin. I don't know what gave birth to it. I don't know the cause and effect that brought it to you. Yukari turned around with her back facing Wu Yan. Her voice traveled into Wu Yan's ears. However, since the system has fused with your soul, it will be harmless to you. This is something that I can guarantee. No matter what, the system is just a tool, an item. Before he finished speaking, Z took a step forward and walked into the distance. Since it's a tool, when you're strong enough, you'll be able to use it as you wish. Yukari's back disappeared from Wu Yan's sight, but her words pierced deep into Wu Yan's heart. He couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Sooner or later, it'll be under my control. Recalling the incomparably powerful equipment, strange abilities, mystical items, and the characters he envisioned, an intoxicating smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. That's right, sooner or later, the system will be under my control. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi looked at each other and walked up to Wu Yan. Fei Fei said with a serious expression. Yan, since the matter here is settled and we've got the information on the Beast King, let's go back. Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi nodded. They can't wait to leave the Behemoth Forest and report the Beast King's whereabouts to their superiors. In this way, the members of the council would be able to seize the time to find the whereabouts of the Beast King before he recovers from his injuries and eliminate the Beast King to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Wu Yan roughly understood what Fei Fei and the others were thinking. However, he didn't have high hopes for them. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. He doesn't think the Beast King will be killed so easily. However, Wu Yan didn't object. Alright, since the Beast King has escaped, this place shouldn't be able to restrain us anymore. We should be able to leave. Wu Yan nodded and agreed. Wu Yan looked at Yukari, who is talking to Flandre-chan, and the girls who are talking to her. He then looked at the Beast King's gigantic body. When Wu Yan found out that this is the Beast King's body and they can't escape, he had an idea. He wondered if he could turn this gigantic body over to the system in exchange for points. At that time, the system notified him that the Beast King is still in control of this skeletal fortress. That's why he can't turn it over to the system for points. But now the Beast King is no longer here. If that's the case, I should be able to turn it over to the system for points. Wu Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Fei Fei and the others shuddered. Without saying a word, Wu Yan waved his hand. In the next moment, the gigantic skeletal fortress suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt like they were being shaken. Then, the dazzling sunlight shone on everyone's face. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. Ding! Obtained 1 million item points. Wu Yan laughed. This is great. Before coming to the Behemoth Forest, he used to exchange for items to save his life. Now his item points are back to 10 million. Fei Fei and the others looked at the skeletal fortress that disappeared without a trace. Their eyes lit up, but they didn't say a word. Along the way, Wu Yan's methods had shocked them. They were already numb to it. Chapter 598. outside the Behemoth Forest camp. It has been a day since the expedition team returned from the Behemoth Forest. Initially, many people didn't have high hopes for the expedition team's mission in the Behemoth Forest. After all, the Behemoth Forest's outer perimeter is still manageable. Even if the Behemoth Forest is different from before, the expedition team should still be able to survive. However, the inner perimeter is a different story. In the inner region, the demonic beasts were at least at the peak of level 7, and level 8 demonic beasts were innumerable. With the elite expedition team consisting of level 7 demonic beasts, and only one level 8 demonic beast leader, entering the inner region was simply courting death. In fact, even the Thunder Sovereign himself did not think highly of the elite exploration team's ability to obtain the information and return safely. In fact, if it wasn't for the Imperial family's decision to send the younger generation Sylph for this mission, Lei Wang would have formed a team of Tier 8 demonic beasts to explore the Behemoth Forest. Although it was impossible to form a 100-man team with 8th Order powerhouses, even if it was only half or less, it was still better than a 100-man team with 7th Order powerhouses. To be more precise, the expedition team is nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for the major houses to fight against each other. Aside from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, the rest of them will most likely perish in the giant beast forest due to the rivalry between the major houses. Lei Wang's plan was to wait for Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi to use their trump cards to escape from the Behemoth Forest. Then he would send a team of 30 Tier 8 demonic beasts into the Behemoth Forest to carry out the mission. The expedition team from before was just child's play. However, to everyone's surprise, the members of the elite expedition team actually completed their mission successfully. Moreover, other than a few people, there were no casualties. This was simply inconceivable. When the entire elite expedition team came out of the giant beast forest, the Thunder King almost thought that he was seeing things with his old eyes. After that, Lei Wang finally learned about the expedition from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. He finally understood that it was all because of Wu Yan. This made Lei Wang feel exceptionally gratified. He didn't expect Wu Yan to not only fulfill his request, he also brought back the entire team with him. How could Lei Wang not be happy? Of course, this little bit of happiness was quickly extinguished by the news that Fei Fei and the other three brought back. The Beast King has really been born. Lei Wang's expression turned serious. He placed his hand on the table and left a handprint on it. Looks like the storm in the Spalier world is about to get bigger. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi's expressions turned serious. Their hearts felt heavy, and they didn't feel happy about completing their mission. Lei Wang shook his head and laughed. He patted Fei Fei's shoulder. All right, you don't have to worry too much about this. No matter what, you all completed the mission very well. You all deserve to be rewarded. Fei Fei lowered her head and smiled bitterly. No, if it wasn't for Yan, I'm afraid we would have died in the Beast King's hands. Bingling and Bishi remained silent. In their hearts, they felt even more ashamed than Fei Fei. After all, Fei Fei had tried to fight against the Beast King. As for them, they couldn't even muster up the courage to fight against the Beast King. Lei Wang laughed. That little fellow's performance is indeed very good. Looks like it was a wise choice to seek his help in advance. If I didn't know from your mouths that that mysterious little fellow has so many miraculous methods in his hands, I would have wanted to give him some reward. Now I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to it. If Wu Yan was here, his heart would have broken into pieces. How can something a Tier 9 bring out be ordinary? Even if it's not as good as the system's products, it's still worth a lot of points to trade for. Besides, it's not like you all didn't get anything out of it, right? Lei Wang smiled at the four of them. After this trip to the Behemoth Forest, I'm sure you all have grown a little. Now it's time to turn this experience into real strength. Of course, regarding all of this, Fei Fei is already a step ahead. When he said this, the smile on the Thunder King's face grew even wider. I believe that Li Lu and your teacher will be so happy that they won't be able to sleep if they know that you have advanced to the 8th level. Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, Fei Fei finally smiled a little. Her advancement this time was indeed an exceptionally joyous matter. Sylph suddenly spoke up. Master Lei Wang, that Lady Yakumo. The Thunder Sovereign gradually withdrew his smile. His expression sank, and he appeared somewhat uncertain. Did Lady Yakumo really defeat the Beast King? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi nodded solemnly. They saw Yukari defeating the Beast King with her own eyes. How could it be fake? She defeated the Beast King without breaking a sweat. Lei Wang's eyes were filled with respect. This Lord Z, just where did this super expert come from? Did that little guy summon her with a summoning spell? But I've never heard any rumors about that lord. He doesn't seem to be like the other 5 legendary peak demigod level powerhouses either. Fei Fei and the other 3 kept their mouths shut. It was impossible for them to have heard of the rumors of the 5 peak demigod rank experts. Therefore they couldn't give any opinions. Could it be? The Thunder Sovereign tapped the table lightly as his eyes darted around. That Lady Yakumo is a newly ascended demigod? No, that's impossible. Lei Wang denied his own thoughts. If that's the case, then it's too scary. It's impossible for a newly ascended demigod to defeat a newly ascended demigod. If she's really a newly ascended demigod, there should be rumors about her when she was still a demigod. Lei-sama. Bingling stepped forward. He hesitated for a bit before continuing. Yasa-sama, you seem to be very close to Wu Yan. You seem to be very close to him. Lei Wang glanced at Bingling and said expressionlessly. So what? Bingling was stunned. Lei Wang sighed softly when he saw Bingling's expression. I know what you're thinking. Indeed, if we can recruit a demigod expert, he'll definitely be a pillar that can support both heaven and earth. But have you thought about it? A demigod is a world-class existence. We can't predict how powerful they are. The Beast King looked at Bingling. Are you sure you won't get into trouble if you try to get Lady Yakumo from that little guy? Be careful not to implicate your own family. You'll be in deep trouble if that happens. Bingling's expression stiffened when he heard Lei Wang's words. Finally, he turned pale. Lei Wang turned around and waved his hand. No matter what, don't try to get Lady Yakumo. It's the same for that little guy. I trust him. It's better if you keep your little schemes to yourself. Bingling pursed his lips and exchanged glances with Bai Shi. He had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he left. In any case, he had to report everything to the higher-ups of his family, and let them have a headache. In a certain corner that the Thunder Sovereign and the others were unaware of, a faint spatial ripple flashed and arrived. In one of the tents in the camp, Lady Yakumo was holding a parasol and looking ahead. There was a crack there. It was a hideous black crack filled with eyes. Inside the crack was the conversation between Lei Wang and Fei Fei and the rest. Lady Yakumo's lips curled. She waved the fan in her hand and smiled. Then she opened another spatial crack filled with eyes. This was her ability, spatial crack ability. Chapter 599. After the discussion in the tent, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi left the tent and returned to their respective residences. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor hastily contacted the members of the Academy. No matter what, the matter of the Beast King was no small matter. The 12 level 9 powerhouses of the Academy had to unite in order to find the Beast King and resolve this crisis before the Beast King recovered from his injuries. Of course, this is the best outcome. The council must also prepare for the worst. As for the specifics, it's up to the council to decide. After Sylph parted ways with Fei Fei, Bingling and Bishi, she returned to her tent alone. She looked normal, but if you look closely, you'll notice that Sylph's footsteps are a little impatient. There is a crystal ball in Sylph's tent. It's used to communicate with her faction. Bingling and Bishi have one as well. Only Fei Fei doesn't have one. Lei Wang is here so Fei Fei can report to him directly. There's no need for her to go through so much trouble like Sylph and the other two. It's a pity that the crystal ball can only be used for communication. There's a limit to the amount of information that needs to be prepared. It can't be brought into the giant beast's forest. Otherwise, Fei Fei and the others wouldn't need to constantly report to the giant beast's forest. They could just take out the crystal ball. Sylph walked in front of the crystal ball and placed her hand on it. She slowly channeled her mana into it. The surface of the crystal ball flashed with a trace of luster, and gradually became transparent under the effect of mana. Not long after, the crystal ball flashed with a halo, and a projection screen appeared in the air. At the same time, a man in his 40s with a calm face, shrewd eyes, and a crown on his head appeared on the projection screen. Imperial Father. Sylph bowed when she saw the man. She then informed the others about the man's identity. It's Sylph's father, the current emperor of the Ailu Empire. Sylph. The Ailu Emperor had a look of fondness in his eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a doting smile when he saw Sylph. Sylph is the Ailu Emperor's favorite child. Not only is she the prettiest among all his children, she's also very talented in cultivation. She's only 20 years old, and she's already a rank 8 powerhouse. She was also the strongest person in the Spalier World Academy for quite some time. Whether it's from the perspective of an emperor or a father, the Ailu Emperor can't help but love Sylph. Even though I heard from Old Lei that you've returned from the Behemoth Forest, I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound, the Ailu Emperor said with a smile. Sylph's heart warmed up. Her cold expression melted a little. She would only show this in front of her father who loves her dearly. Sylph seemed to be reminded of the time she spent in the giant beast's forest. Her expression loosened up a little, but she still replied, "Yes, father. When I came back yesterday, I had to report to the Thunder King, and there were many things I had to do personally. That's why I didn't get in touch with you in time." If someone familiar with Sylph was here, they would have been shocked by her words. Sylph has never spoken so much before. "Child, didn't I tell you that you don't have to be so respectful when there are no outsiders around?" The Ailu Emperor shook his head. It's clear how much he dotes on his daughter from his words. Sylph was aware of this, but she didn't change her mind in the slightest. The Ailu Emperor was helpless. There was nothing he could do about his daughter. He shook his head and didn't bring it up again. "I've heard from Old Lei about what happened in the Behemoth Forest." The Ailu Emperor's voice sank, but it wasn't hard to hear the relief in his voice. "Thank goodness Lady Z was there. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened to you." The Ailu Emperor's expression turned ugly. He was the one who decided to send Sylph into the Behemoth Forest to investigate. It wasn't just to give Sylph more experience, it was also to show off the royal family's bearing. Sylph may be young, but she's already a rank 8. She also had a gold armament and some gifts from the royal family. It's hard to say if she would succeed in the mission, but she should be able to keep her life. What he didn't expect was for Sylph to run into a beast king right in front of him. This caused him to shudder in fear. "Father." Sylph raised her head and looked at the Ailu Emperor on the screen. "I found something else during my trip to the Behemoth Forest." "Something else?" The Ailu Emperor looked at Sylph with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, what did you find? You don't even want to talk about your trip to the Behemoth Forest?" Sylph pondered for a moment as if she was weighing her words carefully before she spoke. "Father, I found my ancestors' ring of authority." "What did you say?" The Ailu Emperor's expression changed after hearing Sylph's words. His expression changed even more than when he heard the news of the Beast King's birth. His face couldn't help but inch closer to the crystal ball. "You said you found the ring of authority?" The Ailu Emperor asked anxiously. "Where is it? Where's the ring of authority?" As the ruler of a nation, he should be able to face everything with a calm and collected attitude. That's how a proper ruler should be. That's how the Ailu Emperor usually acts. But now he completely lost it. Sylph, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. It was as if this was how the Ailu Emperor should act. "Father." Sylph paused for a moment before continuing. "Do you know Wu Yan?" "Wu Yan." The Ailu Emperor muttered under his breath. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "You're talking about Wu Yan, the one who fought Jafar in the Silveria World Institute tournament?" Sylph nodded in agreement. "That's him." "That little brat." The Ailu Emperor chuckled. "Back then, we even used our projection to meet him in the academy. We didn't expect him to be related to a demigod. Moreover, he even has a level 9 girl by his side. Father is very curious about his background." With that, the Ailu Emperor changed the topic. "Since you mentioned him, is the ring of authority in his hand?" Sylph slowly nodded. The emperor narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The ring of authority is actually on his hand. Father, what do you think I should do? Sylph asked with a hint of helplessness. The Ailu emperor smiled bitterly. What do we do? What else can we do? That little fellow has a demigod and a super strong level 9 by his side. What's certain is that it's impossible to snatch him by force. With that Lord Z around, the royal family definitely can't afford to offend him, even if that person were to take action. But what about the ancestors' ring of authority? Sylph asked. The Ailu emperor fell silent for a long time before he sighed. Everything will be done according to the will of our ancestors. Follow the ancestors' will. Sylph hesitated. The other members of the imperial family won't let this go so easily. Humph. The Ailu emperor sneered. Won't let this go? They're just side branches. If they can do anything to Lady Z, then let them be. We just need to do our job well. That's enough. Yes. Father. The two people who were in the middle of their conversation did not know that their conversation had already fallen into the ears of others. Chapter 600. Due to the Beast King's escape, the magical beasts in the Behemoth Forest became like a sheet of loose sand overnight. They no longer moved in groups of 2s and 3s. Instead, they returned to their original state, where the strong preyed on the weak. The Behemoth Forest returned to its former peaceful state. However, those who were observant would be able to sense that the restored Behemoth Forest was a little quieter than before. It looked like a giant beast that was accumulating power, causing people to feel uneasy. The Beast King may have escaped, but it definitely wouldn't have escaped outside of the Behemoth Forest. Therefore, the camp outside of the Behemoth Forest was still there. Instead, people would be transferred in from other places every day to strengthen the camp. It seems like the camp is going to become a base of operations. That is indeed the case. If the Beast King was killed while it was heavily injured, the camp would naturally disappear. However, if the Beast King recovered in time, the camp would probably continue to exist. It's worth mentioning that not only the Ailu Empire, but also the Baruba Empire and Fea Empire were in the same situation. The Behemoth Forest spanned across 3 empires. As a natural treasure land, all 3 empires built supply towns outside of the Behemoth Forest. Since the Ailu Empire's magical beast army went berserk, these 2 empires were naturally not spared. The council was originally formed by the strongest of the 9 great clans of the 3 empires. Their strategy for the Behemoth Forest was naturally the same. Similarly, the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Fea Empire also sent scouting teams into the Behemoth Forest. However, these 2 empires didn't send out any of their younger generation. Therefore, they didn't send out a team of 7th-tier warriors. Instead, they sent out a team of at least 38th-tier warriors to explore the Behemoth Forest. Unfortunately, even though they were stronger than the Ailu Empire, their efficiency wasn't as high. After all, they didn't have Wu Yan's group in their team, so their efficiency wasn't as good as before. Instead, the Ailu Empire's Tier 7 exploration team was able to complete their mission. How ironic! Now the 3 empires and the 3 camps would send teams into the Behemoth Forest every day. In order to find the traces of the Beast King, the 3 camps constantly increased their manpower and sent people into the forest to search. For a time, the entire Behemoth Forest was bustling with noise and excitement. After losing the ability to unite, the magical beasts were not as difficult to deal with as before. This scouting mission was much easier than before. Of course, if they encountered a high-level magical beast, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Coincidentally, ever since they returned from the Behemoth Forest, Wu Yan had been in this state of admitting that he was unlucky for the past 3 days. Not for anything else but for the Beast King. Logically speaking, a demigod-level Beast King should have given them a lot of experience points after being defeated by Violet. Perhaps they could even create a few more 9th-stage Beast Kings. However, the problem was that the Beast King had been defeated without giving them any experience points. Maybe it was because of Yukari's rejection. The system became arrogant and gave a reason that Yukari is temporarily summoned, unable to give any experience points. Just like that, A large amount of experience points flew away from Wu Yan's eyes. When he heard the news, Wu Yan almost fainted from anger. It took him a long time to catch his breath. But from then on he was in a state of admitting that he was unlucky. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. The Beast King escaped, and the 12 peak-level magical beasts guarding the Beast King also disappeared without a trace. They didn't have to go through another battle. Although the experience points were gone, Yukari couldn't give them any experience points. They didn't have much confidence that they could rely on themselves to gain experience points. Speaking of Yukari, it was necessary to mention her. Ever since she came out of the behemoth forest, Yukari's whereabouts became unpredictable. She disappeared from everyone's sight from time to time, and she didn't tell them what she was doing. When they asked her, she gave them a mysterious smile and didn't say anything. She really needed to be taught a lesson. Of course, even if Wu Yan had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to teach Yukari a lesson. There was a 99% chance that he would be taught a lesson by Yukari, and then be killed by Yukari. Wu Yan had no choice but to let Yukari run around. Anyway, with Yukari's combat strength, even if everyone in this world worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Plus, Yukari had the ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. In this world, where could she be trapped? Fortunately, Yukari didn't run around randomly. She might disappear from time to time, but at least Yukari can still see her every day. It's a relief. Plus, Yukari used some unknown method to get close to the girls in just 2 to 3 days. Yukari didn't have to worry about being ostracized. Most importantly, Yukari didn't put on airs. She always smiles whenever she's with the girls, and they get along very well. However, Wu Yan has a feeling that Yukari likes to hang out with the girls because Astria called her Yukari sister. Now, other than Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and Ikaros, the rest of the girls are calling her Yukari sister. As a girl who was forever 17 years old, the effect of calling her sister Z was outstanding. She was only a step away from raising Z's favorability to the maximum. That was why Z liked to hang out with other girls. As for the reason, only heaven, earth, and the two of them knew about it. Wu Yan is currently in his own tent. There's no one around him. Ikaros, who always stuck to him, was handed over to Yukari. Yukari brought her to Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Wu Yan sat alone on a blanket in his tent. He looked at the space ring in his hand, and thought for a moment. He sank his consciousness into the space inside the ring. What entered his vision was a sea of monster corpses, monster crystals, and even monster eggs. Some of these items were looted by the Misaka sisters when they were hunting in the behemoth forest. One of the sisters just handed it over to him. The other part was given to him by Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. They wanted to thank Wu Yan and the girls for saving their lives. To put it simply, these things fell into his hands because he wanted to make friends with Z. That was why he was able to benefit from them. He has to admit that the gifts given by Feifei and the others are in line with Wu Yan's wishes. Monster corpses can be exchanged for item points, monster crystals can be exchanged for ability points, and monster eggs can be exchanged for summoning points. With these items, Wu Yan's net worth will increase by quite a bit. What caught Wu Yan's attention the most is the monster eggs that can be exchanged for summoning points. After some thought, Wu Yan swiped his finger across the screen and opened the system projection. He clicked on the summoning tab and stopped after a while. Itsuka Coterie. Date battle character. Fire spirit. Dual personality. Originally a human, but later transformed into a spirit. Identification name is Efreet. 100,000 summoning points. Tokisaki Kurumi. Dating battle character. Time spirit. Dual color pupils. Identification name, Nightmare. 95,000 summoning points. Night Sword God Toka. Date battle character Sword Spirit. Identification name Princess. 100,000 summoning points. Yoshino. Date battle character Ice Spirit. She created a unique personality, Yoshino. The two of them almost never leave each other. Identification name. Hermit. 85,000 summoning points. Wu Yan started to feel conflicted. Chapter 601. Honestly, Wuyen wanted to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yono to Silveria. It's not just because he missed them, it's also because he wanted to meet Hinajiku, Mikoto, and the other girls. That's why he wanted to do so. Although he was a bit shameless, but no matter what, whether it was Hinajiku, Mikoto, or Kotori, they were all a part of him that he couldn't do without. And since they were all his people, he had to get along well with them. That was the most important thing, wasn't it? Otherwise, how will he survive in the future? Hinajiku Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki understood this very well. That's why they made it clear to him that night. They didn't want to embarrass themselves and ruin their future because of jealousy. Now that they've made it clear, the next step is to meet them. Due to the Behemoth Forest incident, the timing wasn't ideal. Plus, he didn't have enough summoning points, so the summoning was delayed. But now, the Behemoth Forest incident has come to an end. With the sponsorship of Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, he should have enough summoning points. As the saying goes, everything is ready except for the crucial element. He wondered how Kotori and the others would react when they find out that he has such a powerful support group. This is also why Wu Yan is in such a dilemma. Time passed as Wu Yan struggled to come up with a way to explain the situation to her. After a long time, Wu Yan shook his head and patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Among the four of them, Kotori might have an ambiguous relationship with him, but she used to help him when he was conquering fairies. She shouldn't have too much of a reaction. Yoshino is just a loli. She doesn't know anything and has zero combat power. As for Kurumi, she probably wants him to find a few more girls so she can have fun. The only troublesome one is Toka. As a natural foodie, Toka has a tendency to get jealous. But Wu Yan is confident that he can fool a foodie with a negative IQ. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan decided not to dwell on what he has and what he doesn't have. He picked up the space ring filled with demonic beast corpses, magic crystals, demonic beast eggs, and other items. He pinched the ring and handed everything over to the system, leaving behind an empty space ring. Character, Wu Yan abilities. True ancestor bloodline. Endless martial training. Knight never died by bare hands. Electromancer, LV5. Equipment. Gate of Babe B rank summons. Misaka Mikoto Guechuju, Ikaros Yakumo Yukari, Astria, Flandra Scarlet Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku Misaka Sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 200,000 Item Points, 12530,000 Ability Points, 400,000 Summoning Points, 500,000 Level, 73, Summoning Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino requires a total of 380,000 summoning points. With the help of the monster eggs in the space ring, he has more than enough points. Wu Yan opened the system projection and clicked on summon. He found Kotori's location and handed over the 380,000 summoning points. The familiar summoning light shot out from the system projection and illuminated the empty space in front of Wu Yan. It formed a wide circle of light. Waves of aura that he's met more than once slowly floated out from the circle of light. Wu Yan clenched his fists and his face showed a hint of excitement. 4 figures of different heights and sizes were slowly drawn within the icy cold tent. Just like a sketch, they gradually appeared from within the circle of light. Even though it had summoned 4 people at the same time, the efficiency of the system was still as high as before. Not long after, the full appearance of the figures was revealed. 2 pink ponytails swayed up and down. She wore a white collared shirt and a pink skirt. Itsuka Kotori has arrived. Her long black hair cascaded down her back. 2 braids of hair were tied up in front of her. Her long bangs covered her left eye. She wore a black rose-like princess dress. Tokisaki Kurumi has arrived. Her long purple hair bloomed like a flower. A red ribbon was tied behind her hair. She wore a pink shirt and denim shorts. Toka, the night sword god, has arrived. She has long blue hair and a small figure. She wore a white hat and held a rabbit plushie in her hand. She wore a white dress with yellow trim. Yoshino has arrived. The 4 beautiful elven girls looked like princesses of the mortal world under the influence of the summoning light. They were noble, beautiful, and adorable. At this moment, their eyes were tightly shut. It was exactly the same as when the summoners were summoned in the past. Obviously, they were receiving memories from the system. After an unknown amount of time, 4 thin rays of light came and connected to Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's lips curled up. He touched his chest where the rays of light were connected to. The rays of light passed through his chest without any resistance. However, Wu Yan could feel the heartbeats of the 4 fairies. When the heartbeats of the 5 fairies are synchronized, the 4 rays of light broke off. They turned into 4 balls of light and floated into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan closed his eyes. He could feel the life of Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino beating in his body. He was very excited. After enjoying it for a while, he looked forward. The 4 fairies finally opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw Wu Yan standing in front of them with a smile on his face. They were stunned. Then joy appeared in their eyes. Shido brother. X4 haha. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He opened his arms and hugged Toka, who jumped in front of him. Wu Yan was a little dazed by her fragrance, but more than that he was happy. Yu. Toka, who only wanted to get close to Wu Yan, was suddenly attacked. Her face turned red, steam came out of her head and her eyes started rolling. It's been a few days for Wu Yan, but for the 4 fairies, they just saw Wu Yan this morning. They can't understand the joy of reunion. Allah. Not far away, Kwang San tilted her head. Her wine-red eyes couldn't help but curve into a smile. Shido is really rough. How bold. Yoshino's face was slightly red. She turned her head to look at Yoshino in her hand. What she got in return was Yoshino's mischievous laughter. Kotori turned her head away. Of course, she won't admit that she's a little envious of Toka. Hee, I'm happy, can't I? Wu Yan let go of Toka and he chuckled. He opened his arms wide and he teased her. Kurumi, why don't you have one too? Kurumi was stunned. Then she smiled and walked to Wu Yan without any hesitation. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Tightening his arms, Wu Yan's smile deepened. He turned to look at Yoshino and squatted down. Come. Yoshino, let brother hug you too. Ew. Yoshino's face turned red. She turned left and right in a panic. Then she summoned her courage and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Kotori felt both happy and worried at the same time. She noticed Wu Yan's malicious gaze, and she took a step back. Her cheeks turned red as she blushed. But before she could do anything, Kotori's vision turned black. She was enveloped by a warm embrace. Chapter 602. Of course, the one who knows Wu Yan the best is Kotori, the cute little sister of Wu Yan. Kotori is the only one who knows about Wu Yan's background. She understood the kind of feelings this Oniai-chan must be harboring for him to hug them like this. Kotori blushed when Wu Yan hugged her, but she didn't struggle. She bashfully snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace with her eyes closed. She didn't dare to look at anyone. However, Kotori still felt a bit weird. She just had a grand farewell with Wu Yan a moment ago. Now, she's seeing this Oniai-chan who she both loved and hated at the same time. It's a weird feeling. Let go of me. After a long time, Wu Yan still didn't let go of her. Kotori shyly yelled. How much longer do you want to hug me? It doesn't matter. I'm just happy. Wu Yan pursed his lips, but he still let go of Kotori. He was a bit reluctant. It can't be helped. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Kano are the 4 fairy girls. Wu Yan missed every single one of them, but the one he missed the most would be this cheap sister of his. When Wu Yan first arrived in the date battle world, he met Kotori. She arranged for him to stay in her house. He also went to the past and met the past Kotori. It's only natural that his feelings for her were stronger than the other 3 girls. Only after Kotori regained her freedom did the 4 elf girls realize what had happened to them, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Wu Yan chuckled. Did you guys get the necessary memories from the system? The 4 girls nodded in unison. Kotori looked around and exclaimed, although I've heard about this from you a long time ago, I still feel like I'm dreaming after experiencing it for myself. Kotori, you already know everything from Shido. Kurumi pointed a finger at her lips and looked at Wu Yan. Shido, that's not fair. We were kept in the dark. Wu Yan scratched his head, embarrassed. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. Are we really in another world now? 10 Incense looked around curiously and pointed at the top of her head. Sherdao, what is this? She asked. This is a tent. Wu Yan shrugged. Toka opened her mouth and said, Don't ask me what a tent is. I don't know how to explain it to you. Toka pouted and turned her head away. Wu Yan found it funny. Squatting down, Wu Yan picked up the 4 Yunai who were also looking around curiously. Wu Yan continued. You guys already know about my memories from the system, so I don't need to explain too much. In short, we will be living here for a long time. We need to get used to it as soon as possible. Sherdao is really overbearing. Obviously, I haven't agreed to live in this world with you. Kuang-san smiled and lowered her head. Wu Yan shook his head and bitterly smiled. Alright, don't call me Shido. My real name is Wu Yan. Just call me Yan. Yan. The bow-tied hairband on 10 Fragrance's head fluttered like a kitten. That's not a nice name. Shido sounds better. Wu Yan was speechless. Kotori raised her head proudly. Of course, that's the name I gave him. You guys. Wu Yan chuckled and he raised his voice. Whether it sounds nice or not is one thing. Anyway, this is my name. Don't call me by the wrong name. The 4 girls wanted to retort, after all, they're used to it. But when they saw Wu Yan's unquestionable expression, they gave up on the idea and reluctantly agreed. The name issue is a small matter, but it has to be emphasized. Wu Yan doesn't want them to call out Shido's name when they're showing off their love. It's the name of the main character of the original work after all. Seeing how reluctant the girls are, Wu Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why do you all look like that? It's not that different. Kotori, Yoshino, you all call me Big Bro. Just call me Big Bro. As for Kurumi and Toka, just remember them. Is it that hard? Fine. Since Wu Yan put it that way, the girls had no choice but to compromise. Kotori was the only one who wasn't happy about this. In her commander mode, she can't bring herself to call Wu Yan Oniai-chan in front of everyone. Alright. Wu Yan chuckled. He paused and pretended to be casual. Come with me. Let's go meet my companions in this world. Companions. Toka and Yoshino didn't think much of Wu Yan's words. But Kotori and Kurumi narrowed their eyes and looked at Wu Yan. Swoosh. Wu Yan's back was drenched in sweat. His face is still as innocent as ever. He doesn't look like he's guilty at all. But the more Wu Yan acted like this, the more suspicious Kotori and Kurumi became. They looked at each other and stared at Wu Yan without saying anything. The entire place fell silent. At a certain moment, Kotori wrinkled her nose and turned her head away. Since they're companions, it's not a bad idea to meet them. Wu Yan started crying inside. He looked at Kotori with a very touched expression. As expected of a good sister. Her support, whether it's against the elves or against the outside world, never changed. Kotori, I love you so much. Kurumi covered her mouth and smiled. She nodded. She didn't care at all. Carrying Yoshino, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka, the 5 of them walked out of the tent. They walked towards Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls. Wu Yan started to get nervous as he got closer to the tent. I wonder what kind of meeting scene it will be. You're Yoshino, right? Seeing Yoshino standing in front of her, who's about the same age as her, Flan's eyes showed a trace of joy. For a long time, other than little Liren, Fran was the only child in this group of people. Although Fran also liked to be with everyone, she still hoped that there would be someone of the same age who could accompany her. Now that opportunity has arrived, how could Flan not be happy? My name is Flandra-chan. Flandra-chan straightened her back to make herself look more dignified. I'm 495 years old today. How about you? Are you as old as Flan? 95 years old. Yoshino blinked her big blue eyes. Her expression was filled with astonishment. Flandra-chan thought Yoshino was admitting to something. Hee Yoshino, looks like you're not as old as Flan. Flandra-chan jumped in joy. If that's the case, you have to call me Big Sister Flan, got it? Yoshino lowered her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Flan has a point. 495 years old is older than her, right? Calling her big sister is the right thing to do. Fran instantly jumped 3 feet into the air with excitement on her face. Flan is a big sister too. Flan is a big sister too. Everyone laughed when they saw the innocent conversation between the two girls. Astria and Toka laughed the loudest. The two of them were holding hands. You're Kotori, right? Chuju ran her fingers through her hair and smiled at Kotori. I often hear Yin talking about you. You look about the same age as me, right? Mikoto looked at Kotori with interest. My name is Mikoto, nice to meet you. Kotori smiled cutely and nodded. She started introducing herself. At the entrance, Wu Yen stared at the scene with his mouth agape. His heart felt like it was being trampled by thousands of alpacas. Is this real? Chapter 603. Wu Yen felt like he didn't need to be so conflicted when he saw this peaceful scene. With Kotori's personality, unless it's absolutely necessary, she won't fight with others over something. She may be a bit of a tsundere, but she's different from Hinajuku and Mikoto. She doesn't like to get jealous. The only time she gets jealous is when she feels that her status as a younger sister is being threatened. Otherwise, she'll just be a capable younger sister in all aspects. Toka, on the other hand, is a very jealous person. However, she would only show her jealous side when Wu Yen is surrounded by enemies. For example, when Kurumi applied to be Wu Yan's fiancé, Toka showed her hostility. Now, with her natural brain, she didn't realize that everyone around her is her enemy. She even stuck close to Astria because of gluttonous antenna. Of course, it could also be because of dumb antenna. As for Yono, let's not talk about her. Can't you see the love in the eyes of the girls around her? Even if Wu Yen wants to chase the 4 Yanai away, the girls would probably just kill him for it. Flandre-chan and Yono are yelling at each other. Astria and Toka are messing around with each other. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Kotori are chatting in a corner, giggling and giggling. Wu Yen, who had been frozen stiff all this while, suddenly turned to ash. I feel like an idiot. Wu Yen took 2 deep breaths and forced a smile. He walked up to Astria and Toka. Astria, Toka. Wu Yen opened his mouth, but Astria interrupted him. Really? You also think barbecue is the best? Yes. I love barbecued meat the most. There are sweet ones, salty ones, hard ones, and soft ones. When you bite into it, it's still crispy. You too. Wow. Me too. Especially Master's barbecue, it's my favorite. Right. Shido. No, Yan's cooking is delicious, I love it all. Me too. You too. I've eaten Master's Manchuhan Imperial Feast before. It's delicious and there's a lot of it. I can eat until I'm full every time. Huh? Manchuhan Imperial Feast? What's that? I've never eaten it before. Let's get Master to cook for us next time. Standing between the two girls who are discussing the dishes, Wu Yen reached out his hand as if he was trying to salvage something. The smile on his face is a bit stiff, and the grayness on his body is getting thicker. Taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yen glanced at the gluttonous duo who are immersed in their fantasies. He gave up on the idea of interacting with them and turned towards Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Kotori. Forcing a smile, he walked over to them. You too. Mikoto waved her hand in disgust before he could join the conversation. Go away. Don't disturb our conversation. Wu Yan's smile froze. Looking at Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Kotori, Wu Yen felt like he got shot by an arrow. His heart throbbed in pain as the grayish-white aura around him slowly turned pale white. He looked like he was going to break at any moment. Wu Yen took a few deep breaths and held back his tears. He looked around, and when he saw Flan and Yoshino, a smile appeared on his face. These two clingy little girls, they shouldn't reject me, right? Rolling his eyes, Wu Yen braced himself, and he started walking towards Furan and Yanai. However, when he started walking, Wu Yen froze up like a wooden pillar. His smile became completely twisted. Flan and Yoshino were talking about something, but Flan was excited. She grabbed Yoshino's hand and ran towards Kinuhata Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. When she passed by Wu Yen, she turned around and ran towards the trio, completely ignoring Wu Yen. Sister AI. Sister Frienda. Sisterly. This is Yoshino Flan's little sister. Oh? How did they become sisters so quickly? But super cute. Both of them are super cute. But Yoshino, is the rabbit in your hand a doll? No, it's not. It's Yoshino. Yo. Yoshino is Yoshino. Yoshino is not an ordinary doll. Ah. Super spoke. But, Takitsubu, why aren't you surprised the doll spoke? Actually, I'm surprised too, can't you tell? I can't tell. X4 from afar. Countless invisible arrows were shot from thin air and mercilessly hit Wu Yan's heart, shattering it into pieces. At the same time, a gentle breeze blew by and Wu Yan, who was covered in cracks, turned into pieces and was blown away. With a loud bang, Wu Yan knelt on the ground in a standard posture with his body bent forward. His background is filled with shadows as he muttered something under his breath. 2 streaks of tears flowed down his face. What are you doing? Suddenly, a sweet voice with a hint of doubt entered his ears. Wu Yan jolted as if he heard a heavenly voice. He looked up and saw Yukaros holding Ikaro's hand and holding a parasol. Yukari stood elegantly in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but notice her holding Ikaro's hand and holding a parasol in her hand. The moment he saw Yukari, Wu Yan's tears collapsed. Yukari with tears streaming down his face, Wu Yan threw himself in front of Yukari and hugged her thigh. He rubbed his face against her thigh as if he was holding a carrot instead of a thigh. Yukari jumped in fright. She looked at Wu Yan, who was desperately rubbing his face on her thigh and crying his eyes out. She was stunned. What kind of blow did you go through to turn you into such a person? Stop. Stop it, stop it. Wu Yan said with tears streaming down his face. His words were full of vicissitudes of life, making people feel pity for him. Ikaros's ear-like headwear moved slightly, and she walked to Wu Yan's side. She reached out and patted his head like a saint comforting a child. It's quite a comical scene. Chuju, Mikoto, and Kotori, who were chatting happily, stopped and looked at each other. In the end, Kotori couldn't bear to see him like this. Aren't we being a bit too much? Kotori, you mustn't pity him. Mikoto stepped forward and said angrily. If you pity him, he'll take advantage of you. But, Kotori, you have to know that we have to do this. Chuju narrowed her eyes and said seriously. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll definitely bring more girls back. Do you want to see him bring more girls back every once in a while? Kotori furrowed her brows. She doesn't mind this, but she doesn't want her group to be drowned in the sea of people either. Mikoto decided to strike while the iron is hot. That's why we have to teach him a lesson. He needs to remember that not everyone can be brought home. Home. Hinajuku and Kotori turned to look at Mikoto with a strange expression. Oh, Mikoto, so you've already thought of home? Chuju teased. Mikoto's face turned red. She waved her hand and shook her head. I didn't. Don't deny it. Kotori looked at the two teasing each other and couldn't help but laugh. It's not bad, this feeling. Chapter 604. All of a sudden, the entire tent that was filled with people talking to each other became silent. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing a strange look, as if they were telling others that they had discovered something. Then, they pursed their lips and mechanically turned in a direction. In the center of the tent, 2 beautiful girls stood facing each other. They had the same noble smile on their faces, and their figures were elegant. Compared to the noisy tent, no matter which group they were in, they did not fit in at all. They were like young ladies who had lowered their status and walked into the market. They are Shokoho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi. Looking at the 2 young ladies who didn't say anything and only had elegant and noble smiles on their faces, everyone present came to a sudden realization. No wonder they felt something was missing. No wonder they felt something was wrong. It's because of these 2 girls. Wu Yan, who was still holding onto Yukari's thigh, started tearing up. He pointed at the 2 girls who are staring at each other in the middle of the room, and he spoke in a cautious tone. You're talking about them? Yukari patted Wu Yan's head with her fan. She told Wu Yan to let go of her leg. She continued. When you brought those 4 girls in, They looked at each other but didn't say anything. Until now. Huh? Wu Yan stood up and scratched his cheeks. He glanced at the two girls who are locked in a stalemate. Wu Yan felt like he saw an intense aura colliding with each other, causing his body to tremble a little. Something doesn't feel right. What on earth are they doing? Yukari glanced at Wu Yan with a smirk on her face. Then she said something with a deeper meaning. I don't know. The entire place fell silent when the two girls started acting strangely. It's a scary silence. Everyone saw the two girls' auras colliding and took a step back. They shut their mouths to prevent themselves from being implicated. Even Mikoto, who was Shoko Homisaki's biggest enemy, and the two idiots who don't care about anything. This situation lasted for a very long time. So long that everyone's legs started to feel numb. Shoko Homisaki and Tokisaki Kurumi were still smiling at each other. They didn't realize that they had become the center of attention. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He couldn't keep his cool and he fidgeted a bit. He had mixed feelings of joy and worry. He was happy that this unscientific and harmonious scene had finally turned into a half-azura, like he had expected. He was worried that the two girls would fight each other and end up affecting him. How should he put it? This kind of feeling only made him feel a kind of pain in the lower half of his body. There's always a feeling. Wu Yan laughed dryly. I have a bad feeling. At some point, Shoko Homisaki and Tokisaki Kurumi finally broke the stalemate of looking at each other affectionately. They reached out their hands at the same time and shook each other's hands. Guyan. Are you Tokizaki-san? Shoko Homisaki's face twitched, and a perfect smile bloomed on her face. At this moment, the entire tent was lit up by her smile. I've often heard about you from Shika-chan. I've always wanted to meet you. Today, I'm finally able to fulfill my wish. I'm honored, Shoko-san. Kurumi's beautiful face showed a charming smile. Her wine-red eyes curved like a crescent moon. She looked mature and sexy. The temperature in the tent rose a little bit. Her sweet voice made the girls' bodies warm up. Just like Shoko-san, I've often heard about you as well. Kurumi tilted her head and blushed. I've often heard that Utsusama dotes on Shoko-san. Now that I've met you in person, I can't help but feel inferior. Although Kwang-san said that he felt inferior, the smile on his face looked as if he was mocking him. Coupled with Kwang-san's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. Utsusama, the girl's jaws dropped. Utsusama. Wu Yan's jaw dropped to the ground. Era. Yukari covered her mouth with her folding fan. There's going to be a good show. Shoko Homisaki's smile froze for a second. She recovered quickly, but the aura she exuded from Kurumi's aura decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Kurumi's bashful yet seductive face, Shoko Homisaki's heart sank. She felt a sense of danger. Just when Shoko Homisaki thought she could use her elegance to suppress her opponent did the exact opposite. She probably figured out that with their cultivation levels, elegance won't be enough to determine the winner. She decided to use her seductive side to show off her maturity. Kurumi called Shoko Homisaki Utsusama. She used the term Utsusama to set the stage for Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki. She used the term Utsusama to set the stage for Wu Yan and Shoko Homisaki. She used the term Utsusama to convey her relationship with Wu Yan. She used the term Utsusama to show everyone that she's Wu Yan's wife and Shoko Homisaki is the one being doted on. This was also the most brilliant point. He had used the doting and inferiority theory to show his magnanimity and maturity. Unknowingly, he had gained another 30% of the upper hand. The person in front of her is a strong opponent. Shoko Homisaki made her decision on the spot. How could that be Tokizaki-san? Shoko Homisaki put away her elegant smile, and her expression turned calm. She retracted her noble aura, but it's the aura of a queen. Tokizaki-san's appearance is top-notch. There aren't many who can compete with Tokizaki-san. Shoko Homisaki's eyes lit up. She turned into the most noble person in the world. She's like an ethereal queen. Everything that belongs to her is the dirtiest thing in her eyes, including the seductive and seductive ones. Shoko Homisaki is just lucky to be able to be with my sisters by the side of my beloved. I'm happy with my current situation. I won't be greedy for more doting. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. If Yen-chan could look at me a few more times, I would be satisfied. In an instant, everyone's jaws dropped even further. Listening to Shokuho Misaki's extraordinary speech, the table in their hearts was blown away again and again. These words coming out of Shokuho Misaki's mouth is the most ridiculous thing in the world. However, Kurumi, who was at the center of the battlefield, had a change of expression. Shokuho Misaki's dignified attitude was basically a roundabout way of calling her vulgar. That's why she used sexiness to decorate herself. At the same time, she also showed that she didn't want to fight for Konoha's favor. She was trying to show that she didn't want Konoha's love. She was trying to show that Konoha's love wasn't possessiveness. It was a silent slap to her face. After all, didn't Konoha just say the word love? Her queen-like aura is real. If she didn't hold a high position for so long, she wouldn't be able to display such an aura. She's trying to show that she's suppressing her opponent. It's like a princess versus a commoner. It's clear who's superior and who's inferior. Kurumi, who originally had the upper hand, was pushed back by Shokuho Misaki's beautiful counterattack. How could Kurumi's expression not change? The person in front of her is a strong opponent. Kurumi almost immediately came to the same conclusion as Shokuho Misaki did. Chapter 605. Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi immediately locked their eyes on each other. After all, even though temperament is intangible, it's real. It's not hard to find each other in a crowd. Perhaps this is how opponents sense each other. But at this moment, the two of them finally treated each other as a formidable foe. The two of them have a rough understanding of each other. Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi calmed down and returned to staring at each other from afar. The crowd fell into silence once more. The aura from the two of them seemed to have gotten stronger. Of course, Astria, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Yoshino didn't know what was going on between the two of them. Of course, Astria, Toka, Flandra-chan, and Yoshino were still in the dark. Hinagika smiled awkwardly as she muttered softly. Why do you think they don't like each other? Mikoto's mouth twitched. Who knows what Shokuho Misaki is thinking? Anyway, I think it's stupid to try and guess what they're thinking. Kotori rolled her eyes and her lips curled into a meaningful smile. I think it's a good idea. At least there is someone who can restrain that reckless Tokisaki Kurumi. This is a good thing. Hinagiku and Mikoto didn't know how reckless Tokisaki Kurumi was, but when they thought about Shokuho Misaki's usual behavior, they nodded in agreement. In a way, Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi did have a lot in common. Perhaps it was because there were too many similarities between them that they didn't see eye to eye the first time they met. That collision of auras might only make the other girls feel a little suppressed, but for Wu Yan, it's enough to make him tremble in fear. Looking at the two pretty girls facing off against each other, he couldn't help but gulp. His heart is filled with both shock and fear. These two girls aren't going to start fighting with each other just like that, right? Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. He would rather Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi get along than have them fight each other to the death. He immediately ran to the two women and laughed bitterly. Well, let's stop introducing each other. We'll have plenty of time to deal with each other in the future. There's no need to rush. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi immediately retracted their aura, and a smile flashed in their eyes. You're right. Shokuho Misaki seemed to be implying something. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Era. Kurumi tilted her head, and a strange smile appeared on her face. With Shokuho-san as my companion, I'm sure I won't be bored in the future. Is that what Tokisaki-san thinks too? Shokuho Misaki looked at Kurumi with a smile. The two of them shared a tacit understanding and turned their heads away. Like the other girls, they stood there quietly. Wu Yan, who stood beside them, had a dry smile on his face. His forehead was dripping with sweat as he listened to the dangerous conversation between the two girls. To have two wives like these, did he pray to the gods in his past life? Or did he commit a sin? Kurumi glanced at Wu Yan, and then at Shokuho Misaki. She seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Like a girl in love, she skipped over to Wu Yan and hugged his arm. She leaned on his shoulder with a blissful expression. "Hey, hubby-sama." Wu Yan's expression froze when he heard the sweet words, "hubby-sama." Kurumi's voice was full of charm. Wu Yan's body started to heat up, and his throat started to dry up. Kurumi acted like she didn't know what was going on. She hugged Wu Yan's arm with all her might. Her plump breasts were pressed flat against his arm. "Hubby-sama, this is my first time here. I'm not familiar with this world. Why don't you take me around?" Wu Yan laughed awkwardly as he complained in his heart. "Isn't this the same excuse you used when you came to Tori Laizen High School to eat me up?" Wu Yan opened his mouth and was about to agree when Shokuho Misaki narrowed her eyes. She glared at Kurumi with a hint of anger on her face. Kurumi's actions might seem normal, but Shokuho Misaki knew what she was doing. She knew Kurumi's character very well, so she knew what she was doing. She's provoking her. Shokuho Misaki stepped forward. Before Wu Yan could agree, she squeezed to the other side of Wu Yan and hugged his arm. She had a faint smile on her face. "Tokazaki-san, you're new to this world, so you don't know. Little Yan needs to socialize with the major factions in this world. He doesn't have much free time." Shokuho Misaki commented as if she was giving her advice. "Tokazaki-san, when men go out to fight, we women can't be unreasonable. How about this? Let me show Tokazaki-san around this world." Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He held his breath and his face turned red. Shokuho Misaki is going to show Kurumi around this world? It's their first meeting, and they're already fighting like this in front of so many people. If they were alone, would they find a corner to kill each other? Two images flashed across Wu Yan's mind. His face turned green and white from fear. One is Shokuho Misaki holding Kurumi captive. The other is Kurumi's tentacle Shokuho Misaki. Wu Yan's expression changed. He whispered in a voice that's louder than a mosquito's. "Let me do it." As soon as he said that, everyone went silent. Kurumi's smile grew brighter and brighter, while Shokuho Misaki's face darkened. The girls around her sighed in pity. "Yin-chan." Shokuho Misaki flashed Wu Yan a radiant smile. Her smile sent a chill down Wu Yan's spine. It sent a chill down his spine. "You still have business to attend to." Shokuho Misaki enunciated each and every word that came out of her mouth pierced Wu Yan's heart. Shokuho Misaki's voice is still as sweet as ever, but the murderous intent hidden in her voice seeped into Wu Yan's body through the contact point between them. Wu Yan held his breath and forced a smile that is uglier than crying. His voice was hoarse and the tone of his words made people feel all sorts of heartache. It's fine. How can I compare to you when it comes to socializing? You guys are more important." Wu Yan looked like he was ready to die when he said that. Shokuho Misaki was pissed. She looked at Kurumi, who was smiling happily, and held back her anger. She lowered her head, but in her heart, she must be cursing something. That extremely seductive tone coupled with that speech that made one's blood boil. Wu Yan instantly felt that his death-seeking actions weren't in vain after all. Shokuho Misaki raised her head and glared at Kurumi with her teeth clenched. Her heart was filled with anger as a ridiculous decision came to her mind. "Yin-chan." Shokuho Misaki chuckled and said, "Shokuho Misaki has a reward for you tonight as well. Heaven and hell are separated by only a split second. This is what Wu Yan is experiencing right now. Not far away." Yukari shook her head and turned her head away. "Looks like the final victor has been decided from the very beginning." Chapter 606. Spalier World Academy, the top floor of the arena tower. This is an open-air platform with no signs of human activity. Aside from a limited number of people, almost no one in the entire Spalier World Academy knows about this place. The elders of the academy usually use this place as a platform to communicate with each other. Today, this place that was usually quiet finally welcomed a rare liveliness. Moreover, it was a real liveliness. The 12 elders of the academy will cast their projections here if they need to discuss something. They'll be able to communicate with the elders in other places. For example, When they need to discuss the birth of the Beast King, or when they need to meet someone, they'll use this method to gather. For example, when they met with Wu Yan last time. Sometimes the 12 Tier 9 powerhouses, the leaders of the 12 factions of the Spalier world, will come here personally. Whenever they do, it means that something big is about to happen in the Spalier world. The appearance of the Beast King is something that will affect the entire Spalier world. Thus, the top floor of the Tower of Arena welcomed the arrival of the elders of the Board of Elders. 12 silhouettes silently appeared on the top floor of the arena tower. It's as if they've agreed to it beforehand. They slowly landed on the ground and gathered at the center. Naturally, they're the 12 elders of the academy. Is everyone here? A gentle voice came from a person wearing a crown in the middle of the room. It's like a spring breeze to the ears. It's the Emperor of Ailu. Since everyone's here, let's begin. The Emperor of Ailu glanced at the two crowned middle-aged men beside him. They're the Emperor of Baruba and the Emperor of Fea. After receiving a nod from them, the Emperor of Ailu turned to look in another direction. Old Lei, why don't you explain? The Thunder Monarch nodded, then took a few steps forward and nodded slightly at the elders around him in greeting. Everyone, I'm sure you all know what this meeting is about, right? Lei Wang spoke in a deep voice. Our guess is correct. The Beast King has indeed been born. Hearing his words, the group of elders revealed grave expressions, especially the three great emperors. Their brows were tightly knitted together, and they no longer looked at the Thunder King who was speaking. Lei Wang looked at everyone and spoke. He told them everything he's learned since he arrived at the Behemoth Forest. He also told them everything he learned about Bingling, Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi when they entered the Behemoth Forest. He didn't hide anything from them. Lei Wang even told Wu Yan and Co about how Lei Wang personally asked Wu Yan and Co to protect Feifei. He didn't hide anything. When Lei Wang finished, the Ailu Emperor and the two elders looked at him with gratitude. After all, if Lei Wang didn't ask Wu Yan and Co for help, their talented juniors would have died at the hands of the Beast King due to their little squabbles. However, due to the matter with the Beast King, they did not have the leisure to thank the Thunder King. Together with the other elders, they lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. The atmosphere was somewhat depressing. The Thunder Sovereign sighed and pulled himself together a little. Fortunately, the Beast King is heavily injured. According to Feifei and the others, it will take at least a year for him to recover. This is a good opportunity. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in the eyes of everyone present. One of the elders asked the Thunder Sovereign, "Is this news accurate?" Lei Wang shook his head. "I'm not sure if it's accurate, but Feifei said it was Lord Z himself who said it." The moment the three words Lord Z rang out, the expressions of everyone present froze. Simultaneously, traces of fear flashed across their faces. Even though they were the closest existences to the demigod rank, it was also because of this that the 12 founding elders knew how powerful a demigod was. Even if all 12 of them attacked together, it would still be difficult for them to fight a powerhouse who had just entered the demigod rank, let alone fight to a draw or even win. But that Lord Z, with a flip of his hand, had beaten the Beast King, who had just entered the demigod level, to the point of being defeated and forced to flee. Such an existence was already not something they could imagine. The Ailu Emperor raised his head. Since this is Lady Z's assertion, then the credibility of it must be extraordinary. The Baruba Emperor hesitated. Although it was Lord Z's words, it's possible that he was overconfident and made the wrong judgment. After all, this is the first time he met the Beast King, right? He might not understand the Beast King's methods. That's not unreasonable. The Fei Air Emperor muttered. Perhaps the Beast King has a way to recover quickly. As the Fei Air Emperor spoke, the 12 senior statesmen felt a headache coming on. No matter what, we have to do our best. We can't relax in the Behemoth Forest. The Ailu Emperor waved his hand and looked at Lei Wang. Old Lei, you should stay in the Behemoth Forest for now. Report to me if there's anything. Lei Wang nodded. Then he frowned as if he thought of something. Shouldn't we go and ask those big shots to help us? Those lords. The elders instantly looked at each other. Immediately after, the three emperors laughed bitterly. Old Lei, the Ailu Emperor sighed. You think we haven't tried? It's just that the lords don't think it's time for them to make a move. It's not like you don't know that they won't make a move unless it's something that truly threatens the 3 empires. The 12 founding elders shook their heads and sighed with troubled looks. After some time, another founding elder stepped forward. Can we ask that Lord Z to help us? Everyone was stunned. Then they looked at each other and their expressions began to change. It was obvious that they were tempted. Seeing how tempted they were, the Thunder Sovereign's frown deepened. Lord Z was the one who defeated the Beast King. It's most suitable for Lord Z to make a move. However, will Lord Z agree? You don't agree? A white-haired old man sneered. Maybe that Yasa-sama won't agree, but we can start with that Wuyan brat. What are you talking about? Lei Wang's face darkened. Old man, I advise you not to make a move on him. Lei Wang. The elder roared. I know you're on good terms with Wu Yan, but don't forget how big of a threat the Beast King is to us. This isn't the time to care about relationships. If that brat really cares about your relationship, why doesn't he ask Lord Z for help? You. Lei Wang was furious. Old man, he doesn't owe us anything. He doesn't need to do anything for us. Do you think he's your subordinate? Aren't you the one who holds a grudge against him? Because that little fellow defeated 2 of your grandsons in succession. Venomous slander. The old man roared, and his face began to turn ferocious. Fine. Since you care about our relationship, I'll do it. I don't believe that a mere level 8 dares to rely on others to go against me. As soon as the voice fell, a black crack filled with eyeballs suddenly appeared in the void in front of everyone. At the same time, an invisible wave violently shot out and hit the old man heavily. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from the elder's mouth. He flew backward and crashed into a wall. His head tilted and he fainted. What? The remaining 11 elders exclaimed in shock. While they were still in shock, a voice rang out from the crack that was filled with eyeballs, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Since you've done it, you have to pay the price. Chapter 607. Outside the behemoth forest, the campsite is filled with tents. Aside from the people coming and going, the campsite is full of tents. With so many people living in the same place, there's naturally a lot of tents. However, among the many tents, there was one that appeared to be icy cold on the outside. However, the situation inside was enough to cause the icy cold temperature to rise by a few levels. On top of a blanket, 3 people are lying on top of each other. Their bodies are intertwined in an ambiguous position. There's 1 man and 2 women, they're naked. This scene is enough to make people think. When Wu Yan woke up, he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Kurumi's beautiful sleeping face. Her long black hair draped over his chest. 2 strands of hair fell over her white body, 1 black and 1 white. It's a sight that's constantly touching Wu Yan's nerves. Next to him, Shokuho Misaki is lying on top of Wu Yan's chest. Her beautiful face breathed in and out. Her fragrance hit his neck. Her messy blonde hair draped over Wu Yan's arm. At this time, Wu Yan is hugging Shokuho Misaki. One of his hands is still on top of her. Wu Yan's body is full of explosive pleasure. Since he woke up, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, his expression rippled. At this time, Wu Yan realized that his little brother is still inside Kurumi's body. Looking at Kurumi lying on top of him and Shokuho Misaki sleeping beside him, Wu Yan's memory returned to last night. Yukari is right. The winner of the fight between Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi wasn't Shokuho Misaki or Kurumi. It was Wu Yan originally. Wu Yan didn't want the 2 women to fight each other, but because of this, he received a reward from Kurumi and Shokuho Misaki, who didn't want to lose to Kurumi. It's all fate. With Shokuho Misaki's personality, she shouldn't have agreed to sleep with Wu Yan with other women, but now, she took the initiative to sleep with him. From this, it can be seen how dangerous Kurumi is to Shokuho Misaki. Kurumi didn't care about these things. Maybe, her feelings for Wu Yan are the only thing holding her back. Kurumi, who lost her dreams, is the most open-minded of them all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be lying in Wu Yan's arms with a rival she was fighting in the dark yesterday. In the end, these 2 women, who have similar personalities and differences, ended up benefiting a certain wolf for one night. Recalling Kurumi's bold actions last night, Shokuho Misaki's shameful actions, and how the two women threw themselves at him, Wu Yan couldn't help but grin. A smug smile appeared on his annoying face. Kurumi lightly moved her lower body, her beautiful brows furrowed, as if she was complaining about someone disturbing her sleep. She opened her eyes with dissatisfaction, and looked at Wu Yan's smirking face. She felt her body uncontrollably moving up and down. Electricity coursed through her body, hitting every cell in her body. Kurumi's face turned red. She started moaning. Era, era, era. Kurumi panted as she tried to suppress the trembling in her heart. She smiled at Wu Yan with a blushing face. How Sama, you sure are energetic. Last night we had a lot of fun. Wu Yan giggled. He calmly let go of Shokuho Misaki and sat up. He hugged Kurumi's butt and started moving. Good wife, are you looking down on your husband? Last night was last night. It's morning now. Your husband's body is soft. Only one part of his body is hard. Do you need me to prove it? Kwang-san's delicate body trembled as she let out a soft moan. She was gasping for breath. I'm already. Ugh. Licking the corner of his lips, he tightened his grip on her perky butt. The frequency of his thrusts increased, and the moans became even more frequent as well. Shokuho Misaki seemed to have been woken up by Kurumi's moans. Her beautiful eyes were slowly exposed to the air without her eyelids. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was shocked. She closed her eyes at a speed 10 times faster than when she opened them and pretended to be a dead body. Again, Ju-sama is an exercise idiot. She used up all of her energy last night. This isn't admitting defeat, it's just taking a break, Ju-sama kept telling herself that as she listened to Kurumi's moans. When the sun is about to reach the top of their heads, Wu Yan came out of the camp. His face is like a hippopotamus. He's obviously in a good mood. After Wu Yan exited the tent, Shokuho Misaki and Kurumi came out of their tents with smiles on their faces. Their movements were as graceful as ever. However, for some reason, their legs looked a bit wobbly. As soon as they got out of the tent, they saw Hinajiku and Mikoto talking about something in front of them. They quickened their pace and walked over. Yo, good morning. The girls all choked and rolled their eyes at Wu Yan. They then looked up at the sky and asked if it's morning or not. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Good morning. Yukari yawned while holding a parasol. She greeted Wu Yan. From this point of view, Wu Yan and Yukari are birds of a feather. They both like to sleep in. One is a vampire while the other is a monster. They're both nocturnal creatures. Wu Yan looked at the girls. He saw that they're all here. He paused for a bit and said, Since everyone is here, let me tell you, we're going back to the academy today. Let's go back to the academy. The girls stopped in their tracks and looked at Wu Yan. Yan, are we going back? Chuju asked Wu Yan. Wu Yan nodded. Now that the Behemoth Forest situation is more or less settled and the Beast King's matter has nothing to do with us anymore, there's no need for us to stay here any longer. Hearing this, the girls fell silent for a moment and felt that this was the case. Only Mikoto furrowed her brows. Do we really have to go back? Mikoto said reluctantly, causing everyone to be surprised. What? Wu Yan asked. You don't want to go back? Not really. Mikoto said gloomily. I'm worried about the sisters. The situation in the Behemoth Forest is very unstable right now. Will it be okay for them to stay here alone? Wu Yan paused. He frowned. You're right, it's worrying to leave the sisters here alone. Mikoto hesitated. She made a decision and said, Yan, how about I stay here with the sisters for the time being? You? Wu Yan looked at Mikoto. Can you do it alone? I'll stay too. Takitsubu Riku raised her hand and said, My ability will be helpful to the sisters. I'll stay here. Takitsubu will stay too. Kinuhata Sai and Frenda said at the same time. I'll stay too. Shokuho Misaki chuckled. You'll be worried if it's just them. You girls. Wu Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda and shrugged. All right, remember to keep in touch. The girls nodded. Chapter 608. Spalier World Academy, Villa District. It has been 3 days since Wu Yan's group left the Behemoth Forest and returned to the Spalier World Academy. After Mikoto, Shokoha Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku parted ways, Wu Yan Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, and Flandre-chan brought Yukari, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino back to the academy to participate in the entrance ceremony. With the addition of the 5 special students, the group of 10 returned to the villa area and resumed their peaceful life in the academy once again. Since Shokoha Misaki, Kinuhata Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku didn't return, Astria didn't want to live alone, so she moved into Wu Yan's villa. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino lived under the same roof as Wu Yan in the date battle world. Yukari also didn't want to live alone. She didn't want to live alone, so the villa gained a lot of life despite the absence of Mikoto. When they arrived at the academy, Wu Yan removed the seals on Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka. There's no AST here. There are no weak and powerless mortals. Instead, there's no power here. This is the strangest part of this place. There's no need to hide their powers like in the date battle world. Here, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka can show off their powers without fear of repercussions. Here, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka can show off their powers. This made the 3 elves very happy. They can show off their power to their heart's content and live openly under the sun. There's nothing more exciting than this. Of course, Yoshino is an exception. No matter the world, Yoshino is a kind person. He doesn't want to bring pain and fear to others. It doesn't matter to Yoshino whether he has power or not. Fortunately, Flandre-chan was the same. She didn't really care about whether she had her powers sealed or not. Plus, the 2 girls looked to be around the same age. Since they were the only ones with their powers sealed, they were even crazier than Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka, who didn't have their powers sealed. Naturally, Flandre-chan was the one leading the way. Now, Kotori has overcome the side effects of using elven power with the help of the system item. Although the sealing bracelet can't be removed for life once worn, it doesn't matter to the 3 elves in the Spalier world. Wu Yan didn't seal their powers anymore. Without the shackles of cowardice, the 3 elven girls developed a strong interest in the Otherworld's academy. Under Violet's lead, they thoroughly toured the entire academy in 3 days. They even went to the arena tower. Because of this, the rumor of the new students creating new glory once again spread throughout the entire academy. For a time, the 4 beautiful new students became the center of attention in the academy. Of course, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka are all above level 70, which means they're close to the peak of Tier 8. They won't be able to find a match for them in the current academy, let alone Yukari. Let's not talk about the academy. There might not be many who can match her in the entire world. What was worth mentioning was that Violet seemed to be very excited about becoming a student. She wore that special student uniform all day long and wandered around the entire academy. Even when she encountered some restricted areas, she would directly open a gap and break in. She was having so much fun that even now, her excitement had yet to subside. According to Yukari, it's an interesting world, an interesting academy, and interesting experiences. Of course she wants to have fun. According to Wu Yan's point of view, being a student would bring out the youthfulness of a 17-year-old girl. That's why Yukari is so excited about it. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Wu Yan, Chuju, Kotori, and Kurumi are enjoying their lunch in the living room. Ikaros is standing beside Wu Yan with a teapot in her hand, acting as his nanny. Flandre-chan and Yoshino are sitting on the floor. They seem to be playing some interesting game. Only Astria is complaining about something to Toka. He bitterly smiled when he saw Astria glancing at him from time to time while Toka glared at him with an indignant look on her face. The reason for this is because Wu Yan gave Astria a beating. Astria is the current #1 student of the academy, and Wu Yan has a mission to compete for a spot in the ranking. It's inevitable for him to get into a fight with Astria. Astria is already level 79. She's going to reach level 80 soon. If I don't take her out before she reaches Tier 9, I'll have to take her out. Not only Astria, even Wu Yan managed to reach the 8th floor of the arena tower. If it wasn't for the fact that the tower master of the 9th floor is an elder of the academy and Flandre-chan's red jade mode can only last for a short period of time, Wu Yan would have been the first student in history to reach the top of the arena tower. However, the news of Wu Yan reaching the 8th floor and becoming number 1 caused quite a commotion. This is also why Wu Yan is being squatted at home. Shaking his head, Wu Yan chose to ignore Astria's resentment. At this time, a tall figure floated down from the 2nd floor. Little Yan. Yukari narrowed her eyes. She looked like she was half asleep as she yelled, "Hurry up and cook for me." By the way, Yukari's stomach was conquered by Wu Yan's cooking after spending a week with Wu Yan. Yukari. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. "I'm not that fox in your house. To think that you can order me around so naturally every day." Yi Zichen sneered. "Aya, Azura's cooking isn't bad, but it's not as good as yours." Yukari floated to Wu Yan's side like she was sleepwalking. She didn't try to hide her body from him. "Hurry up and cook for me. You're not Yuyuko. Don't try to act cute." Wu Yan stood up despite saying that. Yukari couldn't help but giggle when she saw this. Suddenly, Violet's expression changed slightly. Her tall and slender figure began to dim at the same time, and gradually became transparent. "Yukari!" Wu Yan jumped in fright. The girls who were doing their own things were also shocked. They all jumped up and yelled, "What's going on?" "Ah!" Yukari's dazed expression disappeared and a shrewd smile returned to her face. However, there was a trace of helplessness on her face. "Looks like it's about time for the power of cultivation realm to last." Yukari. Everyone's expression darkened when they saw Yukari's body slowly disappearing. Although they had only been with Purple for a week, many of the girls had already developed strong feelings for Purple during that time. Now that Yukari is going back, none of them are willing to part with her. Taking in everyone's expressions, the smile on Purple's face did not change, but it became much gentler. Everyone treated Yukari this way, but she treated them the same way too. In this 1 week, she didn't have to worry about Fantasy Village, the barrier, or the mutation. She only had to live a carefree life and everyone's sincere companionship. Yukari has long regarded these people as her most important friends. They were as important as Yukari, 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 and Yukari. Yukari also couldn't bear to part with them. "Little Yan, everyone." Violet waved her hand at everyone and put on her most radiant smile. "See you next time." "Goodbye, Yukari." Z nodded with a light smile. Her figure disappeared from where she stood. Chapter 609. As Z's figure slowly disappeared from the spot, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the entire villa. Everyone present lowered their heads in silence as they looked at the spot where Z had disappeared. They remained silent for a long time. Oniai-chan. Flandre-chan held Wu Yan's hand and buried her head in it. He couldn't see her expression, but he could hear her soft voice. "Will we see Yukari again?" "Yukari." Wu Yan regained his senses, but he didn't look away. He reached out and patted Flandre-chan's head. "Yes, we will definitely meet again." Although his voice was soft, it was not difficult to hear the determination in it. Flandre-chan lifted her head and smiled. The other girls followed suit, and the oppressive atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan forced a smile and looked at the spot where Yukari disappeared. He slowly opened his hand. A drop of blood with strange energy was floating on top of his palm. This drop of blood had flown into his hand from where Amethyst had disappeared. Wu Yan clenched his fists and he looked at the sky outside the window. He mumbled to himself. "Fantasyland." The system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. Beep. Temporary summoned character has returned. Free summoning service has ended. Mandatory mission activated. Mandatory mission, clear the dungeon. Mission. Enter the Sword and Saber Dominion world, and enter the SEO game world. Clear all 100 floors of Aincrad. Mission requirement. During the mission, the user is not allowed to borrow the system's help, use abilities, equipment, items, or bring other characters into the Sword and Saber Dominion world. Beep. Sword and Saber Dominion dungeon activated. Countdown to entering the dungeon. 1098. What? Wu Yan didn't know what to do. When he heard the countdown, he quickly looked at the girls. My mandatory mission is activated. I'm being teleported to the dungeon. Mandatory mission? Wu Yan's sudden shout startled the girls. Hinajuku was the first one to react since she knows what's going on. I got it, be careful. Hinajuku ran up to Wu Yan and told him in a hurry. Got it. Wu Yan's countdown reached its end. After Yukari, Wu Yan's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. The disappearance of two people in succession made the women feel very uncomfortable. However, they also knew that there was nothing they could do about it. They sorted out their emotions and pulled themselves together. Chuju turned around and looked at everyone. All right, Yin just entered the dungeon. Based on the time ratio between the dungeon and the Spalier world, he will be back soon. Don't worry. The girls nodded, but they still stared at the direction where Wu Yan disappeared, including Chuju. When he was dealing with the Beast King, the system gave Wu Yan a chance to summon for free. However, he had to complete the mandatory mission given by the system. Although the summoning could only last for 10 minutes, under Violet's intervention, the 10 minutes had been extended to a week. Yukari has returned after a week. The mandatory mission given by the system was given at the same time. Thanks to Yukari's intervention, Wu Yan had a week's time to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. Beep. This dungeon is a mandatory mission. The mission is cancelled. When the user completes the mandatory mission, the user may leave the dungeon. The time ratio between the dungeon and the real world is 100:1. Therefore, the user can train in the dungeon without any worries. Have a good time. Sword and Saber Dominion, huh? Standing in the middle of a street, Wu Yan surveyed his surroundings. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going, the cars stopping and stopping, the skyscrapers all around him. This is a scene of a modern city. He couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder the system restricted me from using illegal items in such a world. Wu Yan closed his eyes and felt the blood flowing in his body, the electromagnetic waves invisible to the naked eye and the golden key sword floating in his sea of consciousness that represents the gate of Babylon. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system didn't force me to use my abilities or equipment. Wu Yan can use his abilities and equipment if he wants to. However, if he uses them, the mandatory mission will be considered a failure. Wu Yan already knew that if he fails the mandatory mission, the system will give him a new one. It won't end until Wu Yan completes the mandatory mission. Regardless, Wu Yan is happy that the system didn't force him to use his abilities and equipment. Yukari was right. The system has merged with my soul, so it won't harm me. Although I can be a little immoral sometimes. The Force Quest is a result of Wu Yan's choice to summon a temporary service. Generally speaking, it's a Force Quest, but it's Wu Yan's choice to accept it. Wu Yan opened the system projection in his mind and checked the content of the mandatory mission again. Clear the 100th floor. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and sighed. That's a feat that even the protagonist of the original work couldn't accomplish. In the original work, clearing SAO wasn't a normal strategy. The main character, Kiritani, discovered the true identity of the creator of SAO, Kayaba Akihiko. Due to that, the final battle was brought forward. At that time, the main character only managed to clear the 75th floor. In other words, if Wu Yan wants to complete the mandatory mission, he won't be able to do it according to the original plot. Not only that, he also has to find a way to hide Kayaba Akihiko's identity. He doesn't want to repeat the original plot where the boss is killed before he even cleared the 100th floor. If that happens, he'll be in big trouble. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about that for the time being. Wu Yan put down his hand and looked at the front blankly. The problem is, how am I supposed to get a gaming helmet? How am I supposed to play without a gaming helmet? There's also the connection, and the connection. Perhaps the system sensed Wu Yan's worries, it kindly reminded him. User, when you want to enter SAO, you only need to apply to the system. Apply to the system to enter? Wu Yan opened his mouth in surprise. System, you have such a function? The system ignored Wu Yan and continued to remind him. The system can provide the user with a connection function. When the user applies to enter SEO, the system will automatically connect the user, provided that SEO is open. Okay, this saves me a lot of time. Wu Yan chuckled and suddenly remembered something. By the way, system, the infinite armory ability is a skill, and the method of using it is directly instilled in me in the form of memories. Using the skills from the infinite armory in SEO shouldn't be against the rules, right? Or do you want me to not bring the memory into the game? The system paused for a while, but it quickly reminded him again. Skills are obtained by instilling memories into the user. It belongs to the user's own ability. It's not restricted by the system's rules. Wu Yan's lips curled up when he heard the system's words. With the infinite armory ability, it's a piece of cake for him to win a game. Well, let me enjoy the life of a game for once. He looked around and after confirming a direction, he started running towards it. The time he entered the dungeon is the day before the storyline starts, which means tomorrow will be the opening day of SEO. Chapter 610. The next day, at 12:55 a.m., in the streets and alleys in the furniture stores, as long as there's a TV or computer screen, there's a show that's constantly replaying. There's only one theme, and that's SEO. As a game that allows players to directly enter the game world and experience life in the game, SEO has attracted the attention of everyone, including those who like games, those who don't like games, those who are interested, and even those who are not interested. Now, as long as you walk on the street, you'll hear about SEO. Almost everyone is talking about this game. SEO's activation time is 1300 hours AM, which means that SEO will be activated in 5 minutes. Everyone who is holding the SEO connection tool in their hands is looking at a corner marked with the time, including Wu Yan in a deserted house, in a shabby room. Wu Yan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. Although he's not wearing a game helmet, after he applied to enter SEO, he closed his eyes and the scene in front of him is no different from those who are wearing a game helmet. Wu Yan spent the whole day yesterday looking for a temporary place to stay because he doesn't want to be treated as a victim and sent to the hospital after SEO closes. Therefore, he ruled out places like apartments, dormitories, and other places. As long as there are people around, he won't choose a place to stay. In the end, this shabby house became his target. According to Wu Yan's information, this house has been abandoned for at least 5 years. It's also known as a haunted house because almost no one ever enters this place. No one even knows who the owner is. This place is undoubtedly the best place for Wu Yan to settle down. After all, he'll be staying in SEO for at least 2 to 3 years. Speaking of which, we have to talk about the true meaning of SEO. Although SEO is a game, it's not a joke. After logging into the game, players will not be able to log out of the game after 4 to 5 hours. The only way to leave this world was to defeat the boss on the top floor of Aincrad, which was the 100th floor. That was the only way to leave this world. Also, in the game, if a player takes off their helmet, their brain will be destroyed by the high-energy waves emitted by the helmet. Similarly, if you die in SEO, you won't have a chance to respawn. Once you die, the helmet will immediately destroy your brain tissue. This is a real death game. Of course, all of this has nothing to do with Wu Yan. He's not wearing a helmet anyway, and even if he does, his brain won't be damaged. Even if his brain is damaged, he's still a true ancestor, who can threaten his life. Plus, he has infinite mastery, so there's no telling if he's going to die in SEO or not. Looking at the countdown timer in the corner, he pursed his lips when it reached 12:59. Sigh, I haven't eaten for a long time. Although I don't need to eat as a true ancestor, I'm still hungry. I hope I won't be starving when I wake up. After he said that, the timer in the upper left corner jumped to 1300 hours. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. System. Connect to SEO. Beep. Connecting. As soon as the system notification finished, the scene in front of Wu Yan suddenly changed. The darkness on both sides suddenly lit up and started to expand infinitely. At the same time, a series of data links flashed in front of his eyes, and the word OK kept flashing. Finally, the scene in front of him turned black. Wu Yan felt like he regained control of his body. The darkness in front of him made Wu Yan open his eyes. An antique building with a Western European style appeared in front of him. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, the trees were green, and the air was fresher than the real world. A breeze blew past Wu Yan's body, making him squint his eyes in satisfaction. In the surroundings, one figure after another flashed repeatedly under a series of illusory flashes. In a short moment, an innumerable sea of people flooded this area. Although it wasn't to the point of being crowded, the rumbling noise told everyone exactly how many people there were here. This is SAO. A game world? Is this for real? It's so real. Haha. What a beautiful environment. This is a great game world. Saw. Wait for me to conquer you. One after another, excited shouts came out from the surrounding crowd and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the place that was still incomparably quiet was filled with noise. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at the excited faces of the players. He wondered what their faces would look like when they find out they've entered a death game world. Wu Yan shook his head and patted his face. He walked into the city. There were rows upon rows of towering buildings in the city. All the buildings in the city were of an ancient style, as if they were carved out of giant stone. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. This is Aincrad's first floor's town of beginnings. It's a town built on a grassy plain. Every passage leads to different areas, towns, villages, and even monster areas outside the town. Good level 1 novice sword. Its attack is 50% higher than the system weapons. 2 COR coins. Only 3 of them. They're sold out. Come take a look. Self-made recovery potion. 1 COR coin for 2 bottles. You can kill monsters and PK them all. Come on, come on. Don't miss it. Bring me. Come on. Anyone want to kill monsters in a group? Let me join you. Bro, do you want to form a group? I'm good at tanking, killing monsters, looting, but I don't know how to slack off. Let me join you. Listening to the screams and shouts around him, Wu Yan sweated profusely. He didn't think that a 2D game could be so ridiculing. Every newbie who just entered SEO has 10 COR as their starting capital. Many people went to the stalls to buy equipment and potions. All in all, the atmosphere of the game world is the same as the real world, and it doesn't look any different from the real world. In this respect, Kayaba Akihiko, the creator of SEO, is a rare talent. Of course, it's only limited to a world without mystery. Glancing at the weapons displayed in the stalls, Wu Yan pursed his lips. He turned his head and walked out of the town. Indeed, those weapons have higher attack power than the system weapons, but they're only comparable to newbie equipment. They'll soon be obsolete. Although with this equipment, the leveling speed of the newbie stage would definitely increase by quite a bit, but for Wu Yan, it's not that bad. If the weapon's attack power isn't high enough, he can make up for it with his skills. He's going to kill monsters anyway, so he'll get a good weapon sooner or later. Using the same action as when he summoned the system, he opened SEO's system interface and checked his personal status. Looking at the complicated basic values, Wu Yan's head spun and he almost died. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain when he saw at least a dozen lines of stats. It's just a game, is there a need to be so precise? After sighing for the nth time, Wu Yan closed the interface and he continued walking forward. Chapter 6:11. Aincrad's first floor, the outskirts of the town of beginnings. The rolling grasslands stretched as far as the eye could see. Other than the town at the very center, the surroundings were filled with green sprouts. Flowers of different colors fluttered in the wind on the grasslands, but they were buried by the same green grass, making it difficult to see their existence clearly. In addition to the sprouts and flowers, there are also wild boars. They're purple in color and they're walking back and forth in the prairie as if they're not pigs, but sheep. Of course, these wild boars aren't bad. At least, compared to real-world pigs, their bodies are much cleaner. Their purple fur is bright and shiny. It's like they're taking care of themselves every day. They'll look good enough if they're brought back to their homes. Coming out of the town of beginnings, the first thing he saw was a sheep herding. No, a pig herding scene. Wu Yan couldn't help but complain. He felt like his worldview was being destroyed. In the end, he could only console himself by telling himself that this is a game. Perhaps it was angered by Wu Yan's disdainful look. The closest pig to Wu Yan suddenly turned around and stomped on the ground like a mad cow. Wu Yan couldn't bear to look at it anymore. It's fine if you're a sheep, but a cow? Are you still a pig? The wild boar opened its mouth and roared. It finally looked a little like a pig. With 2 sharp teeth, it charged towards Wu Yan. How should I put it? It's really slow. Wu Yan facepalmed as he waited for the wild boar to get close to him. To him, the speed of this wild boar is too slow. It can't even compare to a Tier 1 magician. He doesn't need to be serious at all. He can deal with it as if he didn't see anything. It's because of this mentality that Wu Yan met his tragic end. He's forgotten that the body in the game is just a virtual body. It's not as strong as his ancestor body. Whether it's strength, defense, or speed, Wu Yan's body is no different from a normal person. Even though he brought his battle-hardened consciousness into the game, his body can't keep up with his consciousness. Thus, when Wu Yan tried to sidestep the boar in a carefree manner, his body felt like it's being weighed down by a dozen mountains. He didn't feel the weight, but his speed was so slow that he barely moved his body before the boar came crashing into him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the wild boar came into close contact with Wu Yan's belly. Wu Yan's eyes bulged out, his body bent over and his mouth opened wide. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva before he was sent flying. I was hit by a pig. His mind is filled with this thought. His body is parallel to the ground as he slowly flew out. It wasn't until he was about to hit the ground that he regained his senses. He used his hand to support himself on the ground and flipped his body in the air. His feet touched the ground, and he slid backwards. It took him 2 to 3 seconds to stabilize himself. Lifting his head, his face turned the color of pig liver. Ignoring the fact that his HP dropped by 1/3, he looked at the wild boar from afar. His wine-red eyes are filled with hatred. Wu Yan is probably the first ancestor in history to be sent flying by a wild boar. If I don't skin you alive and roast your trotters today, I'll sleep alone for 100 years. A voice full of hatred came out of Wu Yan's mouth like a ghost in the middle of the night. For Wu Yan, this was an extremely cruel oath. It told others about the bitterness and hatred in his heart. For a moment, the wild boar seemed to freeze for a moment. It then continued to charge at Wu Yan, intending to hit him again. Wu Yan slowly took a breath. His face became as calm as an ancient well. He sank his consciousness into his current body, and tried to master this unfamiliar body as quickly as possible to avoid another tragedy. With infinite martial arts mastery, his mind, technique, and body have all become one. Even if his body is unfamiliar, Wu Yan could grasp it in an instant. Now, if he wants to unleash his full power, there shouldn't be a problem. Clang! At the moment when the wild boar approached, a very ordinary long sword suddenly appeared in front of the wild boar's tusks, completely blocking the wild boar's charge. Then a big foot flew out in an instant, kicking the wild boar's nose. A shrill sound of a pig being slaughtered sounded, and the wild boar was also kicked back. A sword light flashed and pierced the wild boar's neck like lightning. A visible chunk of health quickly disappeared. It only stopped after losing about 1/10 of its health. Standing at the front, Wu Yan looked at the wild boar that he kicked back. He frowned deeply and sighed at the sky with a tragic expression. This strength should be about the same as when I wasn't even level 10. From a rank 8 powerhouse over level 70 to a newbie who hasn't even reached rank 2. One can imagine how it feels. If he didn't have endless martial training, he probably wouldn't even be able to reach level 10. Although endless martial training has a lot of uses, its effectiveness is greatly reduced if his body is too weak. Let's try SEO's skills, otherwise when will I be able to finish this? At level 1, Wu Yan only has 2 skills in his skill bar, stab and throw. I remember, the skill in SEO is to make a starting pose after activating it. Wu Yan closed his eyes and slowly activated stab. Then a pose appeared in his mind. Wu Yan reflexively raised his sword to his shoulder, and leaned his body to the side. Almost at the same time, Wu Yan's long sword shone with a pink light. He opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Then he shot out at a speed that is at least 5 to 6 times faster than his usual speed. He quickly arrived in front of the boar and stabbed it with his long sword. His long sword pierced through the boar's body and arrived at its back. A wound appeared on the boar's body, and its health immediately dropped. After a while, it crossed the yellow line, then the red line, and reached the bottom. The boar's body cracked and turned into a projection. It showed Wu Yan's experience, COR coins, and a material. He looked at the material in his inventory in shock. He tapped on it, and the material appeared in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he felt the weight in his hand. "I was just joking, I really got a pig's foot." He waved his hand and put the pig's foot into his inventory. Although it's just an ordinary pig's foot, it's worth a lot in SAO. This pig's foot can be sold for 30 COR coins. After the fight with the wild boar, combined with the information he got from the original work, Wu Yan had a rough idea of his current level. He hasn't played this game before, but he's already several times stronger than those so-called beta testers, including Kirito. However, if I'm not as good as a normal player, then I'm going back and forth. Wu Yan was full of confidence when he said that. He almost forgot that he was hit by a boar a moment ago. After sorting out his current state, Wu Yan lowered his head and pondered. His eyes immediately looked at the boars that were walking around. There are about 3 hours left until SEO cancels the logout command and turns into a death game. It would be a pity if he didn't use these 3 hours to level up. 3 hours later, in a square, Wu Yan looked at the terrified and horrified faces of the players around him. He looked at the giant who explained the rules of this death game to him. The giant who called himself Kayaba Akihiko is disappearing. Wu Yan pursed his lips and walked out of the town. Chapter 6:12. Bang! He used sudden thrust to turn one of the wolves into a mosaic. Wu Yan turned around and checked his COR coins and other items. He then looked around. Unlike the players who are still immersed in fear and confusion, Wu Yan didn't care about the threat of death. After watching Kayaba Akihiko's performance, he immediately left the town of beginnings and headed to the next town while clearing the monsters on the way. Wu Yan knows that by the time the players recover from their shock and fear, killing monsters would become one of the most contentious activities in the game. In order to survive in this world, the only way for the players was to constantly strengthen themselves. Leveling up, hunting for treasures, equipment, tools, anything that could strengthen one's strength would become a luxury. And there was only one way to obtain these luxuries, and that was through these monsters. In other words, the monsters would become a hot commodity that would constantly attract players. When that time comes, the monsters would become something that everyone would have to fight over. Therefore, Wu Yan wants to increase his level as much as possible before the players recover from the shock. After all, this world is also unfamiliar to him. However, it's almost midnight since Kayaba Akihiko's explanation. Shouts and shouts could be heard in the wilderness. Flashes of skills could be seen in the darkness of the night. It was clear that some players were beginning to face reality. "Let's end it here," Wu Yan muttered as he looked into the distance. There, a town slightly bigger than the town of beginnings is slowly glowing in the dark. At this point, Wu Yan's level has increased quite a bit. Compared to the other players, he's a lot stronger. Plus, he's very skilled. Every monster can't even last a second against Wu Yan. In order to maintain this state, Wu Yan has been fighting for several hours. One can only imagine how high his level is. I wonder what level the original protagonist Kirito is at right now. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan tidied up and walked towards the town. Right now, most of the players are still in the town of beginnings. Aside from the beta testers, there's not enough time for the newcomers to understand the game. Naturally, there's not a single player in this town that's quite far away from the town of beginnings. Of course, it's impossible for there to be no one in the town, but they're all NPCs. Even though it's night time, the town is still very bright. It feels like a city of the night. After entering the town, Wu Yan found a shop and stopped by. "I want to exchange all of these for COR coins." Wu Yan didn't say much to the NPCs. He laid out all the loot he got from SEO on the shop floor. Some of them are pelts that can be used to make armor and special items. Some of them are equipment that can be sold for a decent amount of money, but most of them are still food ingredients. Ingredients shouldn't be that easy to drop, but Wu Yan's loot is mostly ingredients. He doesn't know if he's lucky or not. In Wu Yan's mind, the NPC in front of him would just exchange his items for COR coins. Who knew? After looking at his items, the NPC said something else. Sir, you seem to have a lot of ingredients in your loot. Did you get them from monsters? Wu Yan paused for a second, then he nodded. Seeing this, the NPC sighed. It seems like you have a high drop rate for ingredients. If you can become a chef, then these ingredients will be useful. Hearing the NPC's words, Wu Yan curled his lips. Indeed, with his cooking skills, it won't be difficult for him to become a chef. However, Wu Yan doesn't want to be a chef. Among the life professions, there were tailors who could create leather, armor, and helmets, blacksmiths who could forge swords, knives and spears, and pharmacists who could create recovery potions and all sorts of potions. These 3 life professions would undoubtedly be of great help to players. Chef, that was the only life profession that had nothing to do with combat. Those who choose to become a chef are either interested in it, or they want to find a market, or they want to improve their health. Although Wu Yan's cooking skills are good, he's not interested in cooking. As for finding a market, with his combat skills, he's not worried about money. Of course, Wu Yan also wants to make his internal organs feel better, but he can always buy them later. There's no need for him to become a chef. Just as Wu Yan was about to say something, a box suddenly popped up in front of him, causing him to freeze on the spot. Due to the shop owner's advice, you are very lucky to have been given a clear path. You have automatically changed your profession to a chef. After reading the message in the box, Wu Yan's face lit up. Automatic profession change? Very lucky? Clear path. Clear path my ass. Lucky my ass. I've been a chef for my wives for so long. Why am I still a chef after entering the game? It's a forced profession. Do you even give me human rights? The frame in front of him disappeared, and he glared at the NPC, who forced him to pick up the kitchen knife. He looked like he couldn't wait to go up and take a bite out of that NPC. Too bad that NPC didn't give a damn about him. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan put away the bag of COR coins that the NPC handed him, and left without looking back. After changing his profession to a chef, he still has to buy a kitchen knife. For the rest of the time, Wu Yan strolled around the town. He personally visited every shop to get a better understanding of the uses of these shops. He also took out some useful items, and checked if there are any quests. Of course, he also bought a kitchen knife. In addition to buying a kitchen knife, Wu Yan also bought a lot of equipment and a lot of recovery items. Finally, he changed out of his ugly beginner equipment. When he walked out of a clothing store, Wu Yan's outfit had completely changed. A black coat wrapped around Wu Yan's upper body, and the equipment under it couldn't be seen clearly. The coat was like a cloak, and there were ribbons that fluttered between the arms, the hem, and the waist. It looked very casual, but there was a hint of coldness. A black greatsword with a standard handguard was carried on Wu Yan's back. It matched perfectly with the black coat, so it didn't look out of place. The blade of the greatsword was about half the width of a palm, which was similar to a normal sword, but it was about 1.7 meters long from Wu Yan's shoulder to his heel. It was quite long. This greatsword was not bought from a shop, but dropped from a monster. Moreover, the shops run by NPCs would not be able to sell such an eye-catching weapon, and the quality of this greatsword was dozens of times better than the weapons sold in normal shops. Its name was Sky Gazer. With the rating of this greatsword, it was more than enough to be used until level 30. This was from Wu Yan's perspective. If it were a normal player, they wouldn't be able to use it until level 30. To be able to drop such a weapon from a normal low-level monster, although it wasn't impossible, it was almost the same as having no chance at all. Wu Yan's luck was really good. In addition to the equipment under the coat, Wu Yan's strength had at least increased by a few levels. Touching his handsome outfit, Wu Yan's lips curled up. My leveling speed can be increased by quite a bit. After saying that, Wu Yan lifted his feet and walked in the direction of the inn. Chapter 613. Originally, The hotel was set up as a place for players who were tired of playing the game to pass the time. It was also a place for people to exchange information and discuss matters. The rooms of the hotel were completely used for decoration. After all, no one would sleep directly in the game. But now, SEO has become an alternative reality. Although there are rooms in the game, for players who have only been in the game for less than a day, they don't have enough money to buy one. Therefore, the hotel room has become an indispensable factor in SEO. Since Wu Yan left the town of beginnings early, he is the first customer to occupy a room in the hotel. Before he went to sleep, there was not a single player in the hotel. The next morning, when Wu Yan walked out of his room, he didn't see a quiet corridor. Instead, he saw people coming and going one after another. Seeing this, Wu Yan paused for a moment, then walked downstairs as if nothing happened. Obviously, most of the players have begun to face reality, and as a result, the number of people in the hotel increased overnight. The ground floor of the hotel was a place similar to a bar or restaurant. There were tables and chairs set up to serve the players who came in. Walking down from the second floor, the first thing they saw was a crowd that was even denser than the first floor of the hotel. Players were huddled together and talking about something. Vaguely, they could see a trace of sadness on their faces. After all, this is a world where people can die at any time. Moreover, almost everyone here had their own family members waiting for their return outside. Sweeping his gaze over everyone, Wu Yan walked down the stairs without stopping, appearing in front of the crowd. The entire hotel went silent in an instant. Everyone looked at Wu Yan one by one. When they saw Wu Yan's cool coat and the obviously expensive weapon on his back, they subconsciously lowered their voice and looked at Wu Yan in a daze. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan walked to a table with an expressionless face, sat down casually, poured himself a free drink, and began to slowly drink it. In the eyes of the other players, his actions had turned into a form of intimidation. Who is that person? His equipment seems to be very high level. To be able to equip such equipment, this person's level must be very high. He must be an expert. It can't be. SEO's server has only been open for less than a day. How can someone get such equipment? Even if you're lucky, there's a limit to it. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he's a beta tester who knows first-hand information about SEO. It's only natural for him to be able to get good equipment. As soon as he said that, the players who were pointing and whispering suddenly became silent. Then pairs of unfriendly, angry, and jealous eyes were cast on Wu Yan. Beta testers, as the name suggests, are a group of players who played SEO during the closed beta. A month before the launch of SEO, there was a group of players who spent a month in the closed beta testing of the game. It was said that they cleared a lot of floors, and they can be considered as veteran players of SEO. Now SEO has officially opened, and it's a death game. It's undoubtedly a nightmare for new players, but for those who have played SEO before, they have a huge advantage. After all, they have played SEO before. It's the second day in SEO. Not only the players began to cheer up, but the beta testers also began to rely on their first-hand information to maximize their strength. The beta testers know where to receive quests, where to get good equipment, how to attack monsters, their weaknesses, etc. Just like those transmigrators who were reborn in the past, they have advantages. It's not hard to imagine that most of the top players in SEO will be the beta testers in the future. Unfortunately, being a beta tester doesn't only bring benefits, but it also brings negative effects. For those beta testers who have most of the game's information, the new players don't have admiration or respect for them, they only have jealousy and hatred. They hate the beta testers for having such favorable conditions, they hate the beta testers for being able to climb up the ranks, and they hate the beta testers for being able to live a better life in this world. Coupled with the selfish subconscious of human beings, these beta testers have the idea of monopolizing the game's resources, and they began to explore the game world alone, leaving all the new players behind. As a result, the players who are not beta testers resented the beta testers even more. Naturally, when these people heard that the person in front of them was a beta tester, they couldn't help but vent their anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes full of negative emotions. Of course, he knows why these players are treating him like this. But even if he is a beta tester, so what? Does a beta tester have to stand up and help them? Who made this rule? Because the future is bleak, the ugly side of human beings has been completely exposed. Wu Yan slowly put down the glass in his hand. His cold wine-red eyes glanced at everyone in the room. The pressure from his eyes made the players' faces pale. The jealousy in their eyes turned into fear. They lowered their heads. They didn't dare to look at Wu Yan anymore. Unfortunately, there are still some who are not afraid of death. Hey kid. A tall man surrounded Wu Yan with 5 or 6 people. He looked at Wu Yan condescendingly. His face was full of evil intentions. Wu Yan glanced at him. Then he continued to drink as if he didn't see him. The tall man's forehead suddenly bulged. Bang! The tall man slammed his big hand on the table, causing the table to tremble. He shouted angrily. Kid! I'm calling you, didn't you hear me? Hearing this, Wu Yan raised his head. His emotionless eyes made the tall man feel a bit uneasy. What's the matter? Yes, of course. The tall man sneered. He glanced at Wu Yan's equipment. You look quite rich. We are a bit short on money. Why don't you lend us a hand? Lend us a hand? Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. In other words, you are here to rob me? What's the matter? The tall man said with a bit of jealousy. You beta testers are capable. You don't need money. Wu Yan curled his lips and continued to drink from his glass. I'm sorry, I'm not a beta tester. Not a beta tester? The tall man laughed and pointed at Wu Yan's equipment. If you're not a beta tester, how can you get such good equipment in one night? Don't lie to me. Lie? Wu Yan tilted his head. Lie to you? Do you need it? You. The tall burly man's face was filled with anger. The follower beside him immediately hooted. Brat! Don't be too arrogant. Good equipment doesn't mean you're strong. Wu Yan laughed when he heard that. That's right, you're right. Wu Yan stood up and glanced at those people. He laughed. You're tall and fierce, but it doesn't mean you're not insects. Stinky kid. The burly man stepped in front of Wu Yan and out of habit, he tried to pull at Wu Yan's collar. Unfortunately, he was stopped by an invisible barrier. According to the game's rules, players are not allowed to fight in the town, unless the player's action will not cause harm to others. That includes mental harm, such as harassment. Pulling the collar is an insulting action. It's also a mental harm. The tall man was even angrier when he failed to pull Qin Haodong's collar. Kid, come out. I want to fight you. Chapter 6:14. The word duel echoed ceaselessly in the sky above the hotel. Everyone in the hotel was shocked for a moment, before a delighted expression appeared on most of their faces. That beta tester is going to be in trouble. At the end of the day, no one here is willing to believe that Wu Yan isn't a beta tester. Duel. Wu Yan snickered. Everyone could hear the disdain in his voice. You. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the tall man. Are you sure? With just a glance, the tall burly man's expression changed drastically. He retreated a few steps as if it was a conditioned reflex, and some fine sweat dripped down his forehead. Wu Yan shook his head in disdain. He turned around and walked towards the door. Good equipment doesn't mean you're strong, but you can't even compare to me. What do you have to fight me? His voice was still echoing in the hotel, but he had already disappeared at the entrance of the hotel, while everyone was still in a daze. Inside the inn, some of the players who didn't get caught up in Wu Yan's words snuck out of the inn and left in different directions. For Wu Yan, it was just a small farce. He completely forgot about it after he turned around. He didn't know that the news about a beta tester had spread like wildfire among the players. After the game started, the beta testers all disappeared from the eyes of ordinary players. Because they needed to turn their resources into strength, they couldn't be found even if they wanted to. Now that a beta tester appeared, most of the players started to think about how to get close to him. In a way, a beta tester was equivalent to a moving treasure trove. Because of the information they have, they must have a lot of money. If they can make a fortune, it means that they can live a better life and increase their chances of survival. Of course, these were the thoughts of those petty people. Those who truly had great wisdom and brains would not cast their gaze on these external objects. Why are beta testers called beta testers? Isn't it because they have information about the game? That's the real wealth. Plus, a beta tester must be a good player. At least they can get the upper hand and level up. If they can get the help of a beta tester, they will get the most benefits. Therefore, in order to survive, those guild leaders who hurriedly gathered people and created guilds overnight started to get restless. At that moment, wearing a black coat and carrying a black greatsword became the most popular phrase in the town. At that time, Wuyan was still in the town, so unfortunately he was stopped. Hello, I'm from XXXXX Guild. Our guild sincerely invites you to join our guild. As long as you join us, you will enjoy the best treatment in our guild. Hello, I'm from XXXXX Guild. Our guild's strength is definitely the best among all the guilds. As long as you join us, you will immediately sit on the top of the guild and enjoy the protection of all guild members. Hello, I'm surrounded by a group of people who are enthusiastically gesticulating at him. Some of them are even spitting saliva while talking. Wu Yan was scared stiff for a while before he came back to his senses. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that his attire would bring him so much trouble? Wu Yan shook his head as he listened to those unfamiliar guild names. In the original game, there are 4 top guilds in SAO. They are Knights of the Blood, Divine Dragon Alliance, Furing Kazan and Army. Wu Yan doesn't know if there are other guilds that are on par with these guilds. He only knows that in the original game, the clearers are basically made up of these 4 guilds. Therefore, in terms of strength, these 4 guilds should be the strongest. He didn't even recognize a single one of the guild names that came into his ears from all directions. They were either taken away by someone else later on, or had sunk into obscurity. Who would want to join them? That's enough. A voice that was 100 times softer than the noisy invitations rang out, causing the voices of the surrounding guild leaders to abruptly stop as if it was stuck in their necks. Listen up. Wu Yan glanced at those guild leaders and said indifferently, I'm not a beta tester. After that, Wu Yan ignored those guild leaders and walked away without looking back. If I told you, these beta testers don't care about us, they only care about themselves. When Wu Yan's silhouette disappeared from everyone's sight, some of the guild leaders who were unwilling to give up followed Wu Yan's lead, leaving behind some guild leaders who were filled with jealousy and resentment as they continued to voice their dissatisfaction. As for those guild leaders who wanted to follow Wu Yan, as well as those players with bad intentions, they went back to where they came from. By the time they noticed, Wu Yan was already gone. Outside the town, Wu Yan looked back at the bustling town and shrugged. He continued to walk out, but soon he stopped inside. Come out. At the entrance of the town, a figure seemed to be startled. Her head shrunk back into the town, but she immediately poked her head out, hesitated for a moment, then walked out. Turning around, he froze when he saw the appearance of the stalker. He didn't manage to shake off. A woman. Wu Yan exclaimed in a surprised tone. In front of him, the girl shrunk her head and secretly glanced at Wu Yan. Then she took 2 steps back. It looked like she was guarding against a wolf. Wu Yan was distressed. Miss, are you also here to invite me to join your guild? Wu Yan waved his hand helplessly. I said I'm not a beta tester. I think you should go back. That. The girl raised her head and said in a panic. I'm not here to invite you to join my guild. Then why are you here? Wu Yan said in a bad mood. The young girl blushed and lowered her head again. Her bashful appearance made the people who saw her anxious. After a long time, she said in a mosquito voice, Can you let me follow you? Huh? Wu Yan flinched at her words. What the hell is going on? Follow me? Wu Yan pointed at his nose and said with uncertainty. When he saw the girl nodded with a red face, his expression changed. The girl in front of him may not be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city, but she's still a cute girl. Even with Wu Yan's eyes that are used to seeing all kinds of 2D beauties, he can't help but admit that she's at least a first-class beauty. Now such a beautiful girl came to his door, and said she wanted to follow him? Wu Yan's first thought was ridiculous. Why do you want to follow me? Wu Yan bitterly smiled. To say that she's lusting after his beauty, that's something that would only happen if the sky flipped upside down. Unexpectedly, the girl's face darkened when she heard Wu Yan's words. Because I want to live. Wu Yan's face stiffened. Looking at the girl's sad face, he became silent. What a heart-wrenching sentence to say if you want to live. There aren't many women in Sao, but there are still about 30% to 40% of the population. However, out of these 30 to 40% of women, only less than 10% were able to rely on themselves to survive in this world. As for the others, they were not willing to be numb and wait for others to save them in the city for the rest of their lives. They would rely on the strong to ensure their own safety. The girl in front of him probably belongs to the latter. Wu Yan looked at the girl and frowned. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? The young girl was startled. She shook her head and her face turned pink again. A bad guy doesn't have eyes as beautiful as yours. Wu Yan almost fell to the ground. What kind of logic is this? Chapter 6:15. Does a girl know how to judge a book by its cover? Looking at the shy girl, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. His puzzlement only lasted for a moment before it turned into helplessness. Fine, even if I'm not a bad person. How can you be sure that I'll let you live? Wu Yan crossed his arms and looked into the girl's eyes. I already told you, I'm not a beta tester, don't you believe me? No, that's not it. The girl kept fidgeting with her hands. She was obviously nervous, but she still said softly, you're either a beta tester or a strong player to get such good equipment. No matter which one you are, you'll be able to help me. The girl's logical analysis made Wu Yan look at her in a new light. Then how can you be sure that I'll let you follow me? I'm not sure. The girl lowered her head. I just don't have a choice. I'm too weak, my skills aren't that good, and I'm not good at playing games. Those guilds and teams don't want me to join them. No way. Wu Yan face-bombed. He gritted his teeth and said, are pretty girls not attractive anymore? No one wants you to stay. The girl was a little embarrassed. She didn't know what to say. Wu Yan was also in the same state. To be honest, if he really has a girl like her by his side, although he can guarantee her safety, there are a lot of things that he can't do. It's a race against time. If he doesn't hurry up and level up, how can he guarantee his strength? Wu Yan wasn't arrogant enough to think that he'll be the #1 player in the game, just by leveling up. Don't forget, there's still the original protagonist who's desperately trying to catch up. That's why he really can't keep this girl by his side. You can always stay in the town. Wu Yan spread his hands and said, there's no danger in the town. As long as you practice your profession, I'm sure you'll be able to make a living. Why do you have to take risks? But my profession is alchemy. The girl said in a wrong tone. The materials needed for alchemy are very precious. I don't have the money to collect them, and I'm not good at alchemy. I can't make a living. That's just the early stages. Wu Yan tried his best to persuade him. In the later stages, the price of materials will drop and your skills will slowly improve. When that happens, you will be able to climb up the ranks step by step, right? The girl was a little dazed. She said, how can I make it through the early stage? Wu Yan choked on his words. The girl seems to know that her request is too much. It's already good enough that the person in front of her responded to her request. She lowered her head in apprehension while Wu Yan felt a headache coming on at this time. Within the town, a team of 5 fully armed people slowly walked out and passed by the silent scene. It's him. That beta tester. Beta tester? Another player with a hammer quickly came forward. He also saw Wu Yan. It's really him. Seems like he's alone. His eyes flickered. He made a decision. Guild leader. Warhammer cried out in surprise at Twin Rod user's words. Are you going to? Don't think too much. The guild leader quickly explained. I'm going to invite him to join our guild. Join our guild? The other 4 players looked at each other. They hesitated and said, but he's a beta tester. The guild leader also hesitated. He raised his head. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to say hello. Everyone thought about it for a bit before nodding in agreement. Led by their respective guild masters, They walked towards Wu Yan and broke the silence between the two of them. Hello. Wu Yan turned around and looked at the source of the sound when he noticed someone coming over. You are. The two players pondered for a moment, then they stepped forward. Hello, I'm the guild leader of Moonlit Black Cats, Suda. Moonlit Black Cats. Wu Yan's body trembled. At this moment, Wu Yan noticed a figure standing behind everyone in Moonlit Black Cats. It's a woman. Wu Yan's mouth opened into an O shape when he saw her. Sister Xing. Sister Xing. The 5 members of Moonlit Black Cats froze on the spot. Suda was even more surprised. Do you know Xing? Only then did Wu Yan realize how stupid his words were. He quickly laughed it off and brazenly changed the topic. He lamented in his heart. He didn't expect to meet the Moonlit Black Cats, a group that many people in the original work felt was a pity for him, and he was lucky enough to meet one of them. Is there something you need from me? Wu Yan put away the emotions in his heart and asked. Suda paused for a second. Then he said, well, we just saw a legendary beta tester, so we came to have a look. Legendary? Beta tester? Wu Yan shook his head. There's nothing to see. I'm neither a legendary character nor a beta tester. But you. Suda glanced at Wu Yan's equipment. It's obvious what he meant. Wu Yan was speechless. I'm just a bit lucky. I see. Suda pondered for a second. Then he looked at Wu Yan as if he made a decision. Since you're not a beta tester, then I would like to invite you to join our guild. Join your guild? Wu Yan flinched and he said with a weird expression. Everyone else invited me because I'm a beta tester, but you guys are here because I'm not a beta tester. Suda scratched his head embarrassedly. He didn't explain. Wu Yan looked at the guild leader of Moonlit Black Cats who told Kirito that a cheater like you has no right to join our guild. Wu Yan glanced at Sachi who was sneaking glances at him from behind them. His eyes lit up when he saw the girl beside him. Well, Suda. Wu Yan waved at Suda with a smile. I'm sorry, due to some reasons I can't join your guild. Seeing Suda's disappointed expression, Wu Yan patted his shoulder and pointed at the girl. But if it's possible, I hope you can let her join your guild. The 5 members of Moonlit Black Cats and the girl were stunned. It's like this. Suda was relieved after he explained the girl's situation. Looking at the girl who's as pretty as Sachi, Suda didn't object and agreed on the spot. Okay, Moonlit Black Cats only have 5 of us. If you're willing, we'll welcome you at any time. Really? The girl's face lit up. She cheered and jumped up. Sachi, who's also a girl, looked at her like she found a group. Thank you, you've helped me a lot. Wu Yan sighed in relief and said to Suda. He opened the system interface and tapped a few times. A trade window popped up in front of Suda. There's some good rated equipment, and a large amount of COR coins. Keita was immediately startled. This is... well, consider it a gift. Wu Yan chuckled. With this equipment and money, Moonlit Black Cats should have a better life. We have no reason to accept such expensive things. Suda panicked. It's obvious how expensive Wu Yan's gift is. Of course there is a reason. Wu Yan nodded and walked to Sachi's side. He patted her head in surprise. This little gift, I hope it can help you get rid of your cowardice. Sachi stared blankly at Wu Yan who patted her head. When she came back to her senses, Wu Yan had already walked away. Sachi subconsciously shouted. What's your name? Wu Yan. At this moment, the young girl finally reacted. Good person. My name is Cheyenne. The figure in the distance shook a bit, like she fell down. Chapter 6:16. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The first month in SEO was the most eventful month ever. In this game, the survival of the fittest is at its peak. In just 2 months, nearly 2,000 players have left SEO forever, and at the same time, they have also left the world stage forever. After a month of brutal survival, SEO is finally starting to feel a little tense. It's similar to the atmosphere in Silveria. It's the survival of the fittest. It's the law of the jungle. It's the law of the jungle. Many players have started to show their talents, and they have gained a little bit of fame in SAO. As the saying goes, heroes come from troubled times. Some players who weren't even beta testers, but under the pressure of the environment, Their strength has increased tremendously. Together with some guilds, they slowly rose up in this game world. It's just that no one knows how many of them can persevere in the long game. Wu Yan doesn't know about others, but Wu Yan himself feels that his perseverance is not bad, because he spent all his time leveling up. Every day he would look for monsters, kill monsters, look for monsters and kill monsters. Occasionally, he would accept some quests. He had maintained this state for an entire month. In this month, Wu Yan has also been practicing his life profession, which is chef. He mixed all kinds of strange ingredients in SEO into various seasonings in the real world, and he also found some similar ingredients according to the dishes in his memory, and wrote a recipe that is unique to SEO. If Wu Yan reveals his identity as a chef, then no one in SEO can compete with him in this aspect. After all, Wu Yan has the skill cooking expert, and he also has the ability complete memory, so it's easy for him to write a recipe. Of course, the progress in cooking is only a little bit of seasoning in life. The real progress is Wu Yan's strength. Originally, due to the limitations of this fake and weak body, Wu Yan's abilities were less than 10%. Even the power of infinite arms refinement was reduced by more than one level. It can be said that this is a trap of all kinds. Now, with the gradual leveling up and the help of some potions, Wu Yan's vitality is also increasing. Coupled with the constant change of equipment, his strength is much higher than other players, even if it can't be compared to his original body. He believed that in the entire first floor, there is no one who can match Wu Yan. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find the location of the first floor's boss, Wu Yan would have just taken down this first floor that has stood firm for a month. What's even more surprising is that one day while he was killing monsters, Wu Yan received a system notification telling him that he had leveled up. It's not SEO's system, it's the real system, the one that's fused with Wu Yan's soul. It turns out that killing monsters in SEO can also give you EXP. Speaking of which, the system will give you EXP by participating in a battle that's hostile to you and winning. Although the monsters in SEO are virtual, their hostility to players is real, so it's not surprising that Wu Yan got EXP by defeating such monsters. With such a pleasant surprise, Wu Yan leveled up even more diligently. Unfortunately, the monsters on the first floor are too low-leveled, and he can't get much EXP from killing them. According to the Spalier world system, they're only Tier 1 or Tier 2 monsters. Even if there's a lot of them, how much EXP can he get? Maybe the previous level was accumulated from the previous battles, and the monsters in SEO were the last straw that broke the camel's back. However, Wu Yan's leveling speed didn't slow down. As he leveled up, he gained a lot of money, items, equipment, and all kinds of materials. With his current wealth, Wu Yan must be the richest person in SEO. He's the kind that's rich. Wu Yan, Sachi, and Xian chatted with Wu Yan. Wu Yan can see this from their conversations. Oniai-san, you're too rich. Sachi looked at the number of COR coins in Wu Yan's inventory, and she felt dizzy when she saw the series of zeros behind it. You're just one person, but you have so much money that even a guild's total fund can't match up to it. Sachi looked at the trade window in front of her. She saw some COR coins and equipment that Wu Yan traded to her. She clicked accept, and Xian, who has been craning her neck, couldn't help but smile. That's great. I'll have a new batch of alchemy materials. These are not all yours. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Xian. A month ago, the Moonlit Black Cats became more familiar with Wu Yan after his encounter with the Moonlit Black Cats. Since Wu Yan left his name when he parted with the Moonlit Black Cats, Sachi and Xian now have 2 new names in his friends list. After that, Wu Yan and the Moonlit Black Cats gradually became familiar with each other, and they even started working together. Every day, when Wu Yan came back from leveling up, he would trade some useless equipment, items to the Moonlit Black Cats. They would help him sell them for COR coins, and the Moonlit Black Cats would take a commission fee or some useful equipment. After all, selling items in NPC shops can only be described as cheap, but if the Moonlit Black Cats set up a stall, the value of the items would increase a lot. In the end, Wu Yan didn't lose anything, he even made a profit, and the Moonlit Black Cats also made a lot of money. What's more, the equipment that Wu Yan thinks is useless are the best of the best in the eyes of the Moonlit Black Cats. Because of this, the moonlit black cat's strength grew at a rapid pace. Because of this, the relationship between the two parties became very close. Incidentally, Cheyenne also became a professional alchemist in the moonlit black cats. For someone like her who isn't good at fighting, it's a good ending. As for why Sachi called Wu Yan Big Brother, it's because of Wu Yan himself. To be more precise, it's because he called her little sister Sachi when they first met. After that, Sachi, who was very timid, suddenly found someone to rely on. She insisted on calling Wu Yan Big Brother, but Wu Yan couldn't tell her that little sister Sachi was a nickname given to her by the otakus. And so the second sister after Kotori was born. I say, aren't you guys tired of trading like this every day? Cheyenne held her cheeks as she knelt on a chair. Her legs were shaking. Yen, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to join the moonlit black cats? Sachi looked at Wu Yan expectantly. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Can you guys keep up with my progress? Sachi and Cheyenne didn't say anything. By the way, Big Brother. Sachi suddenly looked up at Wu Yan. The president said he received news that there will be a strategy meeting about the first floor's boss at the town square tomorrow. Wu Yan was surprised by Sachi's words, then he looked happy. Strategy meeting? Does that mean someone found the location of the first floor's boss? Sachi nodded. Wu Yan grinned. I finally found it. Big Brother, are you going too? Sachi couldn't help but ask. Then you guys should stay out of this for now. Wu Yan rejected without a second thought. You guys are improving fast, but let's observe the boss battle first. Then all right. Wu Yan smiled and rubbed Sachi's head. His thoughts started to wander. Tomorrow. Chapter 6:18. Diabel was also stunned by the sudden appearance of such a player. Looking at the player with a spiky hedgehog head that looked like a meteor hammer, he couldn't react for a long time. The hedgehog player arrogantly pointed at himself with his thumb as he scanned his surroundings with a pair of vicious, rat-like eyes. My name is Kibu. Kibu looked up at the large number of players on the platform. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he turned around and faced everyone. Before we fight the boss, I have something to say. Kibu pointed at the crowd with his Kansai accent, and no one knew if he did it intentionally or not, but he was pointing at the only one standing, Wu Yan. Someone here must apologize to the 2,000 players who died earlier. Apologize. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what Kibu was trying to say. However, some of the smarter ones understood what Kibu was trying to say. They looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked at Kibu with an expressionless face. He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything. However, one could see a hint of mockery in his eyes. Kirito's expression also changed after hearing Kibu's words. He clenched his fists tightly. Under the platform, Diabel's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Kibu-san, are you talking about those beta testers? Do you even need to ask? Kibu didn't care about Diabel's identity as the host of this meeting. He was still arrogant. Those beta testers, on the day this damn game started, they abandoned all the rookies and disappeared. Kibu glared at Wu Yan. His words were obviously aimed at Wu Yan. They monopolize the hunting ground. They only care about getting stronger. They don't care about other people's business. After Kibu's words came out, the players' eyes gradually became hostile. They all looked at Wu Yan with jealousy and hatred. Kirito's face was pale. Kibu's words were exactly the same as what he did. However, Kirito is more worried about Wu Yan, who is also a beta tester. He's worried about what Wu Yan is going to do in a situation where he can't hide his identity. Even Asuna is on his side. However, the two of them only saw Wu Yan with a calm expression on his face. Kibu knew his words worked. He didn't bother hiding his intentions anymore. He yelled at Wu Yan. Beta tester, you better kneel down and apologize to everyone here. Also, you better spit out all the money and items you've saved up. Otherwise, I won't be able to entrust my life to you as your teammate. All the players paused. Their eyes were filled with greed and jealousy as they looked at Wu Yan. Under Kibu's words, they also coveted Wu Yan's money and items. A beta tester's wealth is no doubt huge. This is bad. Kirito and Diabel, the two beta testers, thought in their heart. Their eyes gradually became anxious as they looked at Wu Yan. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yan curled his lips and opened his mouth. Teammate? Teammate? Wu Yan looked at Kibu with a faint smile. I say, did you make a mistake? Hearing Wu Yan's words, everyone was stunned. Indeed, as a teammate, trust is important. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled with disdain. But a guy like you wants to be my teammate? What did you say? Kibu clenched his fist in anger. Just as he was about to say something, Wu Yan on the stage suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already next to Kibu. Kibu's face turned pale with fright. He quickly retreated, but because he retreated too quickly, he tripped and fell to the ground. The sound of his body hitting the ground rang out, waking up all the players. When the players looked at Wu Yan in shock. So fast. Kirito and Asuna's pupils shrunk. They were also shocked. Even they didn't see when Wu Yan moved to that position. Kneel down and apologize to you? Tilting his head, Wu Yan slowly walked towards Kibu. With every step he took, Kibu would step back in horror. Let's not talk about whether I'm a beta tester or not. Even if I am, so what? Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. Just because I played the game for a month longer than you, just because I have first-hand information, I have to take care of you, worship you like a god, and even raise you? Kibu, as expected of the king of shit spewing. Wu Yan walked up to Kibu and looked down at him with a murderous aura. Believe it or not, I can kill you anytime I want. Kill. Everyone including Kirito, Asuna, and Diabel shouted in unison. You. Kill me? Kibu's sinister face paled at Wu Yan's words. He didn't expect Wu Yan to say something like that. He expected Wu Yan to kneel on the ground and hand over his belongings to him. Wu Yan's face turned pale. He didn't expect Wu Yan to say something like that. Do you want to break the law? Kibu shouted in a stern voice, but his trembling body betrayed him. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. His laughter was full of mockery. Break the law? What law? Is it against the law to kill an SAO? Kibu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. For him, the word kill was too shocking because it came from the mouth of a player. Seeing Kibu's reaction, Wu Yan turned around in disgust, but his voice was still full of mockery. Bug, you still haven't woken up from your dream of being a young master, right? Wu Yan coldly glanced at Kibu and said, in this world everyone has to struggle to survive, because if you don't struggle, you'll die. The beta testers struggled, but some died. The newbies also struggled, so 2,000 of them died, but the other 2,000 survived. If you're venting your unbalanced emotions through your jealousy and hatred, then killing a parasite like you will only allow more people to live on. Why you? Kibu's face is as white as a sheet of paper. He didn't look as arrogant as he did before. Instead, he looked at Wu Yan's cold and murderous intent. He yelled at Wu Yan, aren't you afraid of being despised for killing someone? Despised? Wu Yan immediately laughed. Then let them spit on me. The number of people who have died in my hands is already in the thousands. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with fear. Kibu's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. In this ordinary world where there was no mystery at all, only ordinary technology, killing people was too chilling. Let alone thousands of people. No one thought that Wu Yan was lying because the killing intent he emitted was akin to that of a ferocious beast. They couldn't help but believe him. They only felt a chill down their spines. They didn't know what killing intent was. You. Diavel hesitated for a moment and carefully said, are you a murderer? You. Wu Yan glanced at him and didn't answer. Instead he asked, can you give me the boss's information? Diavel flinched and he subconsciously nodded. While still in a daze, he sent all the information he has on the boss to Wu Yan. When he regained his senses, Wu Yan had already turned around and walked away under the fearful gazes of the other players. On the platform, Asuna has been watching Wu Yan. She watched Wu Yan walk away, then she lowered her head. No one knew what she was thinking. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.